See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliate.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Glad you're with us. Joan Alexander never gave up on a dream that began in the 1950s. At 88 years old, she's now officially a college grad, fulfilling a lifelong goal put on hold more than 6 decades ago. Back in the late 50s, Alexander was studying at the University of Maine with hopes of becoming a teacher, but societal expectations and outdated policies derailed her plans. She left without her degree in 1959. But SunnySkies.com says her youngest daughter reached out to the university to see if there was any way her mother's past work could be recognized. The university discovered that Joan had, in fact, fulfilled the spirit of the student teaching requirement. In the early 80s, she had worked full-time with kids in a home-based education program, work that was deemed equivalent to traditional student teaching. Her story was featured in a speech by the school's president at the recent commencement. She praised Joan's determination as a true example of the Black Bear spirit. She's now one of the university's oldest college grads. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
Marines to join LA show of force. CDC vaccine experts fired.
Americans may lose confidence in routine vaccinations.
remembering Sly Stone.
Thank you for letting me be myself.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, 700 U.S. Marines are being added to National Guard units on duty after 4 days of deportation protests in Los Angeles. Events that have pitted California Governor Gavin Newsom against President Trump. Here's CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
Overnight, police clashed with pockets of protesters in downtown L.A., some throwing flares and fireworks as officers moved to break up the crowds. Earlier, groups of demonstrators faced off against National Guard troops protecting the federal building downtown. And amid the tensions between protesters and local law enforcement, 700 Marines are expected in the city, along with the 4,000 National Guard troops deployed by President Trump. Around the country, demonstrators are showing up in solidarity to protest the federal immigration crackdown. As immigration sweeps take place in communities across Los Angeles, federal agents are seen targeting schools and businesses. And heartbreaking videos surfacing, like one appearing to show a father being detained and taken by agents in front of his family over the weekend.
Correspondent Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with more on the exchange between the president and the governor.
Last night, the governor filed a lawsuit accusing the Trump administration of overstepping by deploying the National Guard without the governor's permission. The suit calls it a, quote, unprecedented power grab and misuse of federal authority, arguing that the law cited by Trump requires forces to be called up through governors. The White House is defending its actions, saying the protests constitute a form of rebellion. Now, for Trump, this has all the ingredients of a political fight that he relishes. A high-profile governor from a deeply Democratic state who one day may run for president is his foil on the issue of immigration, the issue that Trump polls best on.
Well, for decades, the CDC has used expert advisors to review vaccine safety and effectiveness and recommend who should get them. Yesterday, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. fired all 17 of them, claiming they had financial conflicts of interest. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Firing the ACIP members en masse undermines continuity and scientific oversight of the process. He's framing this as being neutral, but in fact, it may ultimately silence medical experts and replace them with voices more aligned with his vaccine skeptical views.
Overseas now. Police in Austria say 10 people were killed in a school shooting in the city of Graz. The shooter is among the dead. Tributes are pouring in for Sly Stone, the groundbreaking musician who brought funk into the mainstream with a string of danceable hits with Sly and the Family Stone. CBS's Anthony Mason says Stone, who died yesterday at 82, was a creative and at times erratic force.
Born Sylvester Stewart in Denton, Texas in 1943, Stone was a performer from a young age. In 1966, he formed Sly and the Family Stone. The band included his brother and sister. In 1968, Everyday People rocketed Sly to the top of the charts. Despite 3 number-1 hits and a number-1 album, 1971's There's a Riot Going On. The band's moment in the sun was quickly eclipsed by Stone's drug addiction. The Family Stone broke up after less than a decade.
It's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh,
Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
The Trump administration made its case in a Wisconsin court to support the indictment of a judge who's accused of helping a man evade ICE agents. CBS's Scott McFarland reports her lawyers want the charges dismissed.
Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan is scheduled to go on trial July 21st in this controversial criminal case of obstruction announced publicly by the FBI director earlier this year. Dugan is accused of deliberately rerouting a criminal defendant away from waiting immigration agents outside. She's argued she enjoys judicial immunity, but in a court filing Monday, the Department of Justice argues she does not.
Some new vehicles have been added to a closely watched safety list.
Toyota's Prius and BZ, Hyundai's Elantra and Sonata, as well as a Kia K4 and Nissan Murano added to the top Safety Pick Plus list from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety.
That means they are performing really well in our crash tests, headlight evaluation, our crash prevention systems.
Institute Vice President Raul Arbelay says backseat issues kept the Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport from making the list. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Meta is getting ready to unveil a new artificial intelligence research lab dedicated to pursuing what's called super intelligence.
Right now, tech giants are still trying to perfect artificial general intelligence, an AI that can do anything the human brain can do. Super intelligence would be an AI system that exceeds the powers of the human brain. Meta is trying to keep up in the AI race, but has had some employee turnover and unsuccessful product releases. So it's shelling out billions of dollars to lure top AI researchers away from other AI giants, including the founder and CEO of the AI startup Scale AI, Alexander Wang. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
There's been new action in a high-profile Hollywood lawsuit.
Justin Baldoni's $400 million lawsuit against his It Ends With Us co-star Blake Lively and her husband Ryan Reynolds has been dismissed by a federal judge. Baldoni accused the couple of civil extortion and defamation after Lively accused Baldoni of sexual harassment on set. Also dismissed, his libel lawsuit against the New York Times. Lawyers for Lively call the judge's decision a total victory and a complete vindication, calling the $400 million suit a sham. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Taylor Swift has gotten a temporary restraining order against a 45-year-old Colorado man who's been accused of stalking her. Swift says he's made visits to her home and has threatened members of her staff. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Having a meal at a big city restaurant can be costly, and prices are going up.
Restaurant owners blame higher food costs, rising wages, and a spike in utility costs for the increase in the bill. Chef and owner Mark Sheehan of a restaurant in suburban Boston has managed to keep costs down by sourcing ingredients locally. He says to lower the tab, get out of the city.
I was at a meeting a couple months ago with some people in the restaurant industry in Boston, and they were all listing $50, $60 lobster rolls. I got asked how much ours was last summer, and I was like, $28.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
There's word author Frederick Forsyth has died at 86. He penned thrillers, The Day of the Jackal, The Dogs of War, and The Odessa File among them. Forsyth leaned on his earlier experience as a British foreign correspondent and intelligence operative. That's the CBS World News Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Well, good Tuesday morning at 5:10. I'm Scott Carty. A community alert. Chelan County officials are pinpointing a specific area as we enter day 11 of the search for Travis Decker. This is near the town of Peshastin in the Ingalls Creek and Valley High area. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin is at the staging area this morning.
I've seen police from the city of Everett, Snohomish County, Chelan County. A lot of state troopers, I believe, are also here. They're unmarked undercover cars. We are seeing a big setup already.
Now, to give you kind of an idea, the area is about 22 miles from the campground where Decker's daughters were murdered. Authorities are asking any neighbors to stay inside, lock their doors, and call 911 with any suspicious activity. A wildfire moved quickly Monday afternoon just east of Cle Elum. The Red Bridge fire is still a bit active. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lumibao has 3 key points.
They've been able to hold this at 50 acres, and they've also been able to stop the forward progress of this fire, and they do believe it is human-caused.
About 60 firefighters remained on the scene overnight to make sure everything stayed calm. A scary situation over the weekend at the Capitol Hill home of Seattle rapper Macklemore. His children and their nanny were home.
Police say 2 guys broke in through the back door, sprayed her with bear spray, and then stole watches, jewelry, and several pairs of shoes. They also snagged the nanny's phone. She said they had their faces covered. They were wearing gloves and tactical-looking vests.
KIRO 7's Elle Thomas there. Seattle police are looking for your help in identifying the thieves. If you know anything, call the tip line. Nearly 2 million eggs are being recalled due to salmonella contamination that has sickened dozens. A local food safety attorney tells KIRO 7 TV.
The CDC estimates that for every one person sick, there's about 40 other people who are also sick from eating the product, but, they didn't seek medical attention or there wasn't a culture done. So this outbreak really, frankly, is a lot larger than, 79 people. It's probably 40 times that size.
Now, before you get into breakfast this morning, you want to check your refrigerator. The contaminated eggs were distributed February 3rd to May 6th from August Egg Company in California and sold at Walmart stores locally. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, we are looking really good this morning. This sunny weather makes for good driving. Nothing to really report for you, so all of your drive times are your standards. Just be sure you're safe out there. And the KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got more sun. A high of 81 today, just a little bit cooler. The cool down really starts tomorrow, though, with a high of 75. And by Thursday, we dip to a high of 68. Right now, it's 59 degrees in downtown Seattle. And coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger with a look at the national deficit and the potential passing of the big, beautiful bill. It's next on Seattle's Morning News. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah, got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
Don't miss next week's showdown at T-Mobile Park between the Mariners and Red Sox. The boys from Beantown are visiting for a 3-game set Monday, June 16th through Wednesday, June 18th. Catch Cal Raleigh and the crew as they take on the Red Sox in this marquee matchup. Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/tickets.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I
I'm here with good news. Protecting your home has never been easier, thanks to our flexible financing options that can fit any budget. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, attic insulation, and even prevent moss without straining your wallet. Plus, it's all backed by our Guardian Guarantee. Why wait? Start guarding your home today. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
DayandNight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Call for details.
DayandNight.net. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live. Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
We're joined by CBS News money expert Jill Schlesinger, and her new blog on JillOnMoney.com goes into the big, beautiful bill and what that means for the nation's budget.
All right, Jill, you talk about the difference between the yearly deficit and the total national debt. Why should people like us care about that distinction?
We're taxpayers, right? And so we pay for these things. So when the government takes in less money than we spend, that's our deficit, right? So tax revenues, tariff revenues, all that, and we spend more than that total amount. That's the deficit every year, and the debt is the accumulation of all those deficits from year to year. But remember, again, we're taxpayers. We pay for that. So a big chunk of what we're paying for in taxes is going to pay down not even pay down, but service the debt. And one of the big outcomes when you have these debts over time that are just not moving and just getting bigger and bigger is that they can cause interest rates to rise. And that's where I get your attention, isn't it? Because it would be a lot harder for you if you think now 7% mortgage rate is terrible. Well, what if it were 12 or 13%? What if your car interest rate to buy a new car was, not 7, 8, 9%, but it was 14, 15%? What if you couldn't even start a new business and borrow money to do that? And all this debt also tends to create a drag on economic growth over time. That is why a lot of economists and analysts and even some senators are kind of freaking out about these debt levels and how the debt will increase and the deficits will increase under the big, beautiful bill.
You mentioned also that Moody's has downgraded the U.S. credit rating, and that's the nation as a whole. So give us an idea of why that matters to people like me and you.
Listen, the credit rating dropping by one notch is almost like this, it's sort of like a blemish. It doesn't hurt us right now. It's like people are still lending money to the U.S. government. They're still buying U.S. bonds, okay? They're not buying as many. And what's interesting, we've always talked about how, oh my God, foreigners own so much of our debt. And you think, oh, well, what if the Chinese sell all the debt they have? What if they're worried we're not going to pay back our loans? Maybe Moody's cuts again. What would happen then? What is very interesting is if you look at some of the data now, it's not the Chinese that are selling debt, but it is some of our allies like Europe and Canada that are not necessarily selling debt, but when a bond matures, they're not buying new debt. And so what I really think this cut is telling us is that we have what we know, which is we have lots of big fat deficits. We have growing interest costs. And that is going to cause a problem at some point. I don't know when that point is. Isn't that annoying? I wish I could give you the crystal ball. I don't. But I do think that we should care, because ultimately, when you are increasing debt and deficit spending in peacetime, which is where we are, we're not at war, we don't have a pandemic, these are just goodies to be handed out. Someone pays the bill. Usually it is the younger people who are really bearing the brunt of these decisions today in the future. And so that's kind of a bummer if you're somebody who's like, hey, I can't buy a house right now. Wait till you see what it feels like when you can't really buy a house.
You use the word problem. Some people are saying we're close to a crisis, or is this just DC drama as usual?
Yes. Look, there is drama in it. I think crisis might mean when I hear a word crisis, it feels like this acute thing that's about to explode, like there's a bomb that's about to go off. And I'm not sure that that's what's happening. I think that it may be more like you have this big fat economy called the U.S. economy, the biggest economy in the world. And maybe what's actually happening with the burden of the debt and deficits and what's happening in the world with uncertainty over tariffs is that maybe slowly this big balloon, it's not going to pop, but it's going to seep air. It's going to get a little bit smaller, a little bit smaller, a little bit smaller. And that's not great, right? Because that means the economy is sort of slowing down. The growth levels are slowing down. Listen, maybe everyone's wrong. Maybe AI is going to bail us out of everything. But what we know today is that these are conditions that cannot persist forever. And I think that's why they get the attention. It is a little bit of drama, and it is drama if you're thinking about like how this bill impacts you. I had heard somebody say something very interesting. It's like the big beautiful bill is essentially a way that younger people are pushing money to older people, that like a lot of the benefits of this bill are going to older, wealthier people, if you really drill down. And that's kind of a way to think about it. Like, if you want to burden your grandkids with the bills, sure, you're no problem. Enjoy your tax extension, right? Great. And if you're someone who's worried about that, like, oh, it's so awesome, my tip income is not going to be taxed, great. But if you work in retail, you're bummed. So, it's very random sometimes who is the beneficiary of these bills.
Jill, thank you so much for your time. We enjoy chatting with you every Monday morning. CBS News money expert Jill Schlesinger. Her blog is jillonmoney.com.
And I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio. Time 5:22 on your Tuesday morning. Your national headlines. California Governor Gavin Newsom has sued the Trump administration after the president deployed National Guard troops. Trump has now added 700 Marines. Protests continued last night over deportation sweeps by federal agents. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. has fired all 17 members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee. He hopes his purge will restore the public's trust in vaccines. The American Medical Association says Kennedy's firings upend a transparent process that has saved countless lives. And internationally, at least 10 people killed in a shooting at a school in the Austrian city of Graz Tuesday morning. The suspected perpetrator also died. The city mayor said Graz is Austria's second biggest city with about 300,000 people. Your KIRO News Radio forecast this morning. We are going to continue to see some sun. May see some clouds wisping their way in, but a high of 81, so still hot. Stay hydrated. We are going to start to cool down a little bit tomorrow, getting into the 70s, and then by Thursday, dipping down into the high 60s. Right now, it is 59 in downtown Seattle, and much more news coming up next on Seattle's Morning News. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. It's been fun meeting people at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, what do the hens eat? Well, Wilcox hens eat natural grains, seeds, and grass. They forage for worms and bugs, and their diet is free from pesticides and fertilizers. For fresh local eggs, look for Wilcox eggs at Safeway, Town & Country Markets, or Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at K2VisionRLE.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO Newsradio.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
At Madrona Financial and CPAs, we believe there are 7 steps that must be taken in preparation for a successful retirement. Retirement needs more than just a basic income plan. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perongo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 5:31. I'm Scott Carty with KIRO News Radio, and a community alert in Chelan County. Officials are pinpointing a specific area entering day 11 of the search for Travis Decker. It's right near the town of Peshastin in the Ingalls Creek and Valley High area. KIRO TV's Brooke Griffin is at the staging area.
I've seen police from the city of Everett, Snohomish County, Chelan County. A lot of state troopers, I believe, are also here. They're unmarked undercover cars. We are seeing a big setup already.
We will keep you posted throughout the day as that progresses. The area is about 22 miles from the campground where Decker's daughters were murdered. Authorities are asking neighbors to stay inside, lock your doors, call 911 with any suspicious activity. And again, we will keep you posted right here on KIRO News Radio. A wildfire moved quickly Monday afternoon just east of Cle Elum. The Red Bridge fire is still a bit active. KIRO TV 7's Samantha Lumibao has 3 key points.
They've been able to hold this at 50 acres, and they've also been able to stop the forward progress of this fire, and they do believe it is human-caused.
DNR resources say that about 90% of wildfires in our state are human-caused. About 60 firefighters remain on the scene overnight. Make sure that thing stays under control. A very scary situation over the weekend at Capitol Hill's home of Seattle rapper Macklemore. His children and their nanny were home. Macklemore was not.
Police say 2 guys broke in through the back door, sprayed her with bear spray, and then stole watches, jewelry, and several pairs of shoes. They also snagged the nanny's phone. She said they had their faces covered. They were wearing gloves and tactical-looking vests.
Seattle police are looking for your help in identifying the thieves. Coming up in Crime and Punishment, our weekly crime check with Casey McNerthney and the King County Prosecutor's Office. Casey will have details on the string of burglaries at the homes of some other high-profile Seattle athletes. Nearly 2 million eggs are being recalled due to salmonella contamination that sickened dozens. A local food safety attorney tells KIRO 7.
The CDC estimates that for every one person sick, there's about 40 other people who are also sick from eating the product, but they didn't seek medical attention or there wasn't a culture done. So this outbreak really frankly is a lot larger than 79 people. It's probably 40 times that size.
If the eggs in your refrigerator are from Walmart and they were produced by the August Egg Company in California, you're recommended to throw those away. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic this morning, we're looking really, really good. Auburn to Renton, just 23 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle, 46 minutes. Everett to Seattle, 32 minutes. So all very, very typical. And if you're going to make that long drive from Seattle to Olympia, it's 58 minutes. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. More sun, a high of 81 today. We're going to start to cool down a little bit. I know that's going to be a relief for many of you. A high of 75 tomorrow, and by Thursday, we're going to be getting into the high 60s, a high of 68. But right now, it's 59 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Time for Crime and Punishment, our weekly interview with Casey McNerthney from the King County Prosecutor's Office.
Casey, Friday, we learned the office has charged a 21-year-old Seattle man with burglaries of professional athletes. What's the latest on this?
Yeah, this is a guy who's now charged with 4 counts of residential burglary and 1 count of robbery because there was somebody home in one of those. It's a pretty terrifying set of circumstances. You know, anytime that you have a home burglary, it's a pretty violating feeling. And what he was allegedly doing is going after pro athletes when they were out of town. And we saw from Julio Rodriguez, who was one of the victims, this weekend talking about how hard it hit him and how it can affect. We often think of pro athletes as exceptional in every way, which they are for sports, but they also have that flip side too, where they're human like the rest of us, and it can really rattle you and affect your life. It's such a violating feeling.
And these include the victims. They include not only Julio Rodriguez, but also Richard Sherman. We had that home invasion robbery that he had posted on social media. This person is alleged to be involved in that. Also, Blake Snell, the L.A. Dodgers pitcher, but he lives here locally, and others. So this really did affect a lot of high-profile people.
Yeah. I think one way to look at it, too, is, if this could happen to someone who's high profile like that, it certainly could happen to me or you. Here's Gary Ernstorff walking through what the investigation was like.
This investigation started early this year, January or February, perhaps, with a string of residential burglaries that wasn't associated with professional athletes, that targeted what appeared to be higher-end homes. And we began working with law enforcement at that time, not recognizing that this case would evolve into something much different. But we started working and coordinating efforts because these burglaries spanned multiple jurisdictions. I think we're probably working with 6 different police jurisdictions at one point in order to coordinate the effort. And so we started early on assisting with search warrants and other legal means to try to identify the perpetrators.
So, Casey, what is the status of this guy now?
So he's held in the King County Jail now on $1 million bail. There's certainly the possibility that he may face more charges as this active investigation continues, or that other defendants are involved too.
Okay, and this may involve other high-profile cases that are not even necessarily burglary or robbery, but cases we have discussed recently on Seattle's Morning News.
I believe so, yes.
So, Casey, you mentioned that Gary Ernstorff from the county prosecutor's office is working on this case, but he's also helping out with the Chelan cases. This is Travis Decker and search warrants?
Yeah, so it's safe to say that anytime there's a big case locally and there's search warrants involved, that goes through Gary Ernstorff's desk at the King County prosecutor's office, who you just heard from there. When I last talked to him on Friday, he said, I'm happy to help you and to talk about these burglary cases, but we're also working on search warrants in that search. And it really is an all hands on deck thing. We don't have a history with Travis Decker in King County, but it's an example of, when you try to get every police resource and the prosecutors who have expertise with warrants like that, it really is everybody trying to find this guy.
What are they searching? Like his Google account or email or telephone stuff? Or
I don't want to give too much away, but you're on the right track there. Okay. Anything that could identify a location, and there are ways too that you don't really think of. But phone data is a big one. That's one that we know that folks are aware of. But anyway, when you want to get surveillance video, very often you need a warrant there, and phone records can be helpful too.
Casey, thank you very much for your time this morning. Lots to cover.
A lot. Good to see you both. Thanks for having me in.
All right. Casey McNerthy with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
It's 5:39 right now at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty, and coming up, we'll have some national headlines from CBS News and get you all up to date. Thanks for listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show. Even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup,
something I can solve myself,
try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear,
call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
I was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down, and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
CBS News Brief. A fourth night of anti-ICE protests in L.A. as President Trump calls up the Marines. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
Protests were largely peaceful, the LAPD having control until the evening when conditions here picked up. About 50 people, according to police, were arrested.
Health Secretary Kennedy's removed all of the CDC vaccine advisors from an expert panel. Medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Experts have warned that Kennedy could use his role not to ban vaccines outright, but used bureaucracy to make them harder to access or trust.
Officials in southeastern Austria say 9 people were killed, including students, when someone fired shots inside a high school. They say the suspect is also dead. A police spokesperson through an interpreter.
We can say the situation is now under control and there's no further danger to the public.
No word on the motive. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
544 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty. Your forecast for today, sunshine, 81 degrees, so a little bit cooler. May have some clouds out there. We're going to also start to cool off a little bit more tomorrow, looking for a high of 75. And then as we get to Thursday, we'll be getting down into the 60s, a little more back to normal. Right now, it's 59 in downtown Seattle. And coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden is going to profile the unique life of a video game luminary. It's next. I'm Scott Carty. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor.
the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball, tried inside.
Father's Day weekend is officially on deck, and T-Mobile Park is the perfect place to celebrate. Bring Dad out to a ball game as the Mariners take on the Guardians Friday through Sunday. And on Father's Day, the first 10,000 dads 21 plus will score a pair of socks thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now at mariners.com.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
For Walter Day, it was simple.
I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be the center of attention. I wanted the glory. I wanted the fame. I wanted the pretty girls come up and say, "Hi, I see that you're good at Centipede."
You might know Walter Day from the 2007 documentary film The King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. In the movie, we learn that Day is the head referee and scorekeeper of Twin Galaxies, an international video game scoreboard, and back in the 80s, a legendary arcade in Ottumwa, Iowa. While Day wasn't the true star of the movie, which focused on the world of competitive Donkey Kong, he's become a fan favorite, and if you ask me, the world of competitive gaming as we know it is thanks to him and his work. After researching and practicing transcendental meditation, Day wanted to know what made a champion, so he got to work.
So I started monitoring high scores as I traveled around the country as a traveling salesman, and I fell in love with video game arcades. And I decided I wanted to do an arcade. And when I did the arcade, I immediately started a scoreboard and tried to monitor who was the best in all the games. Next thing I know, I discovered that the video game industry had no scorekeeper and had no scoreboard. So I volunteered to do it, and the video game industry went for it. So suddenly, overnight, my arcade, Twin Galaxies in Ottumwa, Iowa, became the world's most famous arcade. It became the mecca of video game playing. It became the crossroads. It became the Dodge City of video games. And people travel even from other countries, even just to say they once played at the great Twin Galaxies. So suddenly, we were the center of the video game universe, and everything we did was completely original, pioneering, and now historically looking back on it, it is the birth of organized competitive video gaming, which makes it the birth of competitive esports.
You learn more about his story and influence throughout the rest of The King of Kong, but his latest movie, Arcades and Love Songs, directed by Ed Cunningham, a producer on The King of Kong, is not a sequel.
I got pulled back in just before I learned about Walter's music because Walter got pulled into a lawsuit. Billy Mitchell had been in a lawsuit with Twin Galaxies, which Walter had sold after King of Kong. And I actually, because some of that lawsuit, it mentioned the film. It specifically mentioned the film. And so I got back involved to help Walter defend himself from a lawsuit from a movie that we produced, almost 20 years ago. That was really a strain on Walter's life. And I was there as a friend, and we reconnected through what was a hardship for him.
In 2014, Walter Day sold Twin Galaxies and moved on to focus on his music career, hence the name of the film, Arcades and Love Songs. Years after the release of The King of Kong, Billy Mitchell, one of the Donkey Kong players featured in the movie, was accused of cheating. Mitchell was even stripped of his high scores from Twin Galaxies, and eventually Mitchell filed a defamation lawsuit against Twin Galaxies. In 2021, Twin Galaxies countersued Mitchell and listed Day as a cross-defendant. However, Day was later voluntarily dropped from the suit, which was also eventually settled out of court. During all of this, Day was still nursing a broken heart.
Of course, in 1985, I had a glamorous girlfriend, and essentially one night, I was very in love with her. One night she called me up and said, Walter, I've been seeing a friend of yours, and we're done. So my heart was broken. First time, and actually only time I ever had my heart broken. And it was a very, very big experience. But what became interesting is that a couple of weeks into the heartbreak, I started hearing music playing in me, almost like I was channeling a radio station. But that radio station was playing songs that were new, that were my songs, that didn't exist in the outside world.
You must be on time for 1,000 days to make up for each time you're late. And you must be a joker for 1,000,000 years to make up for each heart you break. Oh, didn't I say, hey, 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 never not to lie? Didn't I?
Over 100 songs are the result of Day's heartbreak back in the 80s, and it's been his lifelong goal to produce and perform those songs. But there was one catch.
The voice is still a work in progress. When I got up on the stage, I got up there with more courage than I got up with skill in singing. Because I'm brand new, because I never was a singer, never expected to be a singer, never thought of being a singer, never imagined being a singer. When I got up there on the stage, I was singing for the first time in my life in front of people. And that was a huge psychological, emotional adventure.
Throughout Arcades and Love Songs, we follow Day on his journey with building his voice and confidence, even revisiting the inspiration behind all this music. But the film is more than just following around a man who has dedicated his life to the world of video games. It's a story of perseverance, and that we should never lose sight of our biggest goals in life. That sometimes the thing preventing you from what you've always wanted is yourself.
I actually began to have tremendous fears and would even have nightmares about how, it's the end of my life, and I never, ever, ever did the music and never shared it to the world so the world would find out how beautiful it is.
Love in a changing world, my heart's hurting, hurting, hurting. Love with a changing girl, my heart's hurting, hurting, hurting.
When the word got out that Walter Day needed help making his album, the video game world stepped up.
I was at an event when a couple people came out of the crowd and they said, Walter, we recognize you from the King of Kong. Whatever happened to that music? Anything ever come out of it? And I explained to them that it was still my dream to do, but it never happened just because of all the difficulties of life. And they said, well, we made a game called Color Switch. It's been successful. And we've got the money, and we want to pay for your album as a gift, no strings attached.
And when Cunningham heard the news?
It only took me about 24 hours before I realized, Walter mentioned the scene in King of Kong where he's talking about his music and he's playing his song. And it's a great scene in front of this barn in Iowa in the winter. And I just thought, this brings it full circle. And it's also a different story. We had no interest in doing King of Kong 2. Walter said this early on when we started filming. He's like, the story's almost already written. And I think our cameras being there upped Walter's game. It made it a little more important. And, I'm very happy with what turned out to be really, it's a singer-songwriter heartbreak movie about this guy with an interesting background in video games.
I don't want to spoil how the performance goes, but the film is a must, not only for fans of The King of Kong, but for those looking for a little inspiration.
This is not an action film at all. This completely is devoted to impulses of the heart, in a sense. It's completely all about how the way people work together and how their hearts fit together, which is becoming an important theme at this time in history because the world is so crazy.
You can stream Arcades and Love Songs right now on multiple platforms. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
I'm Scott Carty. It's 5:54 at KIRO News Radio. Some headlines for you. The California Governor Gavin Newsom has sued the Trump administration after the president deployed National Guard troops to California. Trump has now doubled the number, adding 700 Marines. The protest continued last night over deportation sweeps by federal agents. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has fired all 17 members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee. He says his purge will restore the public's trust in vaccines. The American Medical Association says those firings will upend a transparent process that has saved countless lives. And we continue to follow the news out of Austria, the city of Graz, where early this morning there were 10 people killed in a shooting at a school. Graz is Austria's second largest city, about 300,000 people, a real tragic situation there. And your forecast today, as we continue to have some sun in the area, you might see some high clouds move through, but looking for a high of 81 degrees, and we start to cool down a little bit tomorrow into the high 70s, and Thursday we get into the high 60s. Right now it's 59 in downtown Seattle, and coming up, much more of your local headlines with Seattle's Morning News. Charlie Harger and Manda Factor will be here, and our inbox is always open for you at mynorthwest.com. This is KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Homeowners, protect your biggest investment now with Integrity Roofing and Construction. Get ahead of the summer rush. Integrity, your family-owned, award-winning roofing and construction company, is ready to give your home the protection it deserves. Integrity offers a complete in-house construction division for all your projects. Integrity Roofing is known for top-notch service and on-site project management, making the process easy. Beat the summer rush and call Integrity today for a free estimate at 206-202-ROOF or online at integrityrc.com. That's integrityrc.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A Scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where Scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about Scouting.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20-plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Anti-ICE demonstrations are entering a fifth day in Los Angeles, and the situation is reported to be calmer. Correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti is there.
Protests were largely peaceful, the LAPD having control until the evening when conditions here picked up. About 50 people, according to police, were arrested.
700 U.S. Marines are headed to L.A., where they'll join thousands of National Guard troops on orders of President Trump. Mayor Karen Bass.
I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities.
The state's gone to court to try to stop the deployment, but President Trump says
we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening.
He's just posted to Truth Social, Los Angeles would, quote, burn to the ground if he hadn't sent in troops. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's expected to face tough questions from lawmakers at hearings beginning in Washington this hour. CBS's Eleanor Watson.
This is the first time Hegseth has appeared on Capitol Hill since his confirmation hearing, and he could face questions not only on deploying National Guard and active duty Marines to Los Angeles, but also may have to address lingering controversies like Signalgate.
Police in Austria are looking for a motive after a deadly shooting at a high school in the southeast city of Graz. CBS's Tina Kraus is at the foreign desk.
Austrian news agency APA says the gunman, who was reportedly a student, killed himself after taking the lives of 8 students and a teacher.
Lawmakers in New York State have approved a bill that would let terminally ill people end their lives.
It would allow New Yorkers who have been given less than 6 months to live to request a fatal cocktail of drugs. State Assemblywoman Farah Souffrant Forrest is a registered nurse.
You have a right to choose what you want to do with your life, especially at the point where it gets very clear that it's terminal.
New York's Catholic Conference says medical aid in dying erodes respect for life. It's not clear if Governor Kathy Hochul will sign the bill. 11 states have similar laws already. Michael Wallace, CBS News, New York.
11 states, yes, have those laws already. 2 years after he had a stroke and slipped into a coma, Jamie Foxx got choked up as he accepted the Ultimate Icon Award at last night's BET ceremony in Los Angeles.
When I saw that memoriam, I was like, man, it could have been me. I don't know why I went through what I went through, but I know my second chance I'm not going to turn down.
Kendrick Lamar took home the most prizes, 5, including Album of the Year. S&P futures are up 11. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we're already off to the races today. Got some red on the map already. I'm going to start in the Renton S-curves, which are pretty thick, all the way up past SR 900 or Sunset there. Give yourself about 22 minutes to make the drive up into Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, definitely some spillover and some stuff down there in the Auburn area. So you have about 20 minutes out of Auburn and 40 out of Puyallup. Also some eastbound slowing down the South Hill on 512 is a little bit of braking. Olympia to Tacoma has about 35 minutes as you see the brake lights through Nisqually. So Tacoma up towards Federal Way, there's some yellow on the map there as well. So 20 minutes there and then about 40 from Federal Way to Seattle. That gives us about an hour from Tacoma all the way into Seattle. Coming down from the north end a little bit in Marysville, but a lot better than yesterday. And then we have some braking past 128th in South Everett, but 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Not too bad. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get a whole house cooling and heating from one ultra-efficient new heat pump. Save up to $6,000. Take 18 months to pay. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04, and search teams could be hot on the trail of Travis Decker, the father at the center of the massive manhunt near Leavenworth.
This morning, they are pinpointing their search on a specific area of Chelan County, and we get the latest live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Good morning, everyone. So the feds have now taken over the search for Decker, and they've got a lot of agents and a lot of local officers in the Ingalls Creek area. That's along Highway 97, just 10 miles south of Leavenworth. And they're sending a warning to everyone who lives in that area. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin this morning.
People in that area, you need to lock your doors. You need to stay inside. They say be vigilant. Make sure if you see anything suspicious, call 911 because they want to make sure that they're following up on everything in real time.
Yeah, if you see something, say something. That's the message. From what I've seen by tracking search helicopters, yesterday morning they were circling above the encampments for hours. Then in the afternoon, they shifted a little bit, started circling the valley of the encampments just to the south, again for hours, not far from their search area right now. Also, early this morning, we saw that the State Patrol's Cessna flew from Olympia and landed in Wenatchee. It landed there 1:30 this morning, perhaps ready to be part of the search today. And there's been new information released in this case. Autopsy results show the cause of death for all three of the Deckers, the girls, was suffocation. They are now all officially listed as homicides. And deputies say they found a lot of Decker's personal items inside the truck that he left behind at the campground where the girls died. Also, they found Decker's blood at the scene, as well as blood that wasn't human. They also found Decker's dog, which was taken to the Humane Society. So Charlie and Manda, if they are hot on Decker's trail right now, and it sounds like they could be, he's basically done a huge circle kind of back toward Leavenworth. This is day 11 in the manhunt, which is about when survivalists say food starts to become an issue if you don't have a lot of it. Deputies don't know if Decker's armed, but they certainly say he is considered dangerous.
Luke, thank you. 6:06 now. A wildfire moved quickly yesterday afternoon just east of Cle Elum. The Red Bridge fire is still active, and KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao has 3 key points.
They've been able to hold this at 50 acres, and they've also been able to stop the forward progress of this fire, and they do believe it is human-caused.
This was yesterday that we found out it was about 100 degrees as that fire was burning. About 60 firefighters remained on the scene overnight to make sure the fire didn't spread.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning. It is Tuesday, June 10th. Wasn't it nice to wake up this morning knowing it's not going to be 90 degrees today?
Yeah, it really it became a little much.
It cooled off pretty well overnight, too.
Yeah, it did, unlike the night before.
Yep. He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor. Sully is here, keeping an eye on the roads for us. Good morning, Sully.
Morning, Manda.
Traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s.
And we have, of course, producer David Burbank in the studio. Good morning, David. How's baby sleeping with the heat?
You know, she's sleeping well. We have an AC unit in the room, so she's nice, climate controlled. I mean, she sleeps like 8 hours a night. It's absolutely insane.
You're the luckiest parent.
I know. Well, I sleep about 4 hours, but my wife gets plenty of sleep, which she very much deserves.
Do you want to phrase it that way? My wife gets plenty of sleep.
Hers, it comes in spurts, but she gets quite a bit altogether.
All right.
I'm going to get in trouble.
You sure are. And we, of course, have Scott Carty at the news desk, and we have Nick running the board this morning. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, man.
Picking the tunes for us. Hopefully,
indeed.
Maybe, you know what, with the passing of Sly Stone, can we get some Sly in the family Stone
we can
today?
Try and throw some of that in.
Okay,
Good
appreciate
idea.
that.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up on this hour of the show, we have a reporter on the streets in L.A. with an update on those continuing tensions between protesters and law enforcement, now in day 5 of anti-ICE demonstrations.
Also on the way, your personal finance moment with Brian Evans from Madrona Financial.
It's 6:08. Several hundred members of the Service Employees International Union marched on City Hall. Here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Seattle's labor community protested the arrest of their California union president over the weekend in Los Angeles. ICE interrupted the protest there, and the National Guard was called out. Union members like Sylvia Liang fear the same thing could happen here in Seattle.
As an immigrant, I feel I'm being targeted, and after what I'm watching,
You bet I'm scared.
Other than snarling traffic briefly, there were no problems during the protest. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Local immigration and customs enforcement officials say media leaks are putting agents in danger. ICE Seattle Field Officer Director Camilla Wamsley tells the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH they let local police know when they're targeting criminal illegal immigrants. But she says there have been leaks to the media in both Seattle and Spokane.
In some instances, we're delaying that notification until right around the time that we're out in the field so that there's little to no lead time for our locations to be leaked.
We have reached out to Seattle and Spokane police for comment.
A man accused of ramming his truck into immigration agents is now in federal custody. U.S. Attorney's Office says Victor Vivanco Reyes is charged with assaulting federal officers. He's a Mexican citizen living illegally in Stanwood. Agents with Homeland Security Investigations and Border Patrol tried to arrest him twice. The first time he sped off in his car and agents called off the chase. The second time, they say he hit two government vehicles on Camano Island. Two immigration agents were hurt. They had to be taken to the hospital. They say Vivanco Reyes ran, but officers caught him. He now faces up to 20 years in prison, a $250,000 fine. His next court hearing is June 13th.
Two people are now in custody for the killing of a Kent Meridian High School student last summer. KIRO 7 TV says the teen was found shot at Campus Park June 3rd of last year. Police say it took nearly a year of interviews and search warrants to crack this case. One suspect, a juvenile, was arrested in Federal Way last week. The second, an adult, arrested just days later in Auburn. Both are expected to be charged with murder and robbery.
Seattle police say two masked men broke into Macklemore's Capitol Hill home early Saturday while his 3 children were inside.
Police tell the Seattle Times the men sprayed Macklemore's nanny with bear spray and stole thousands of dollars worth of jewelry and shoes before pushing her down and taking her phone. The nanny reportedly bit one of the men and got out and got to a neighbor's house to call 911. Both men wore tactical-style vests and gloves, but the nanny told police she didn't see any weapons. The children were not hurt. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The union representing Pierce County Sheriff's Office rank-and-file employees overwhelmingly rejected County Executive Ryan Mello's latest contract proposal. Union President Sean Darby tells the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH the vote was 290 to 1.
He's losing his sheriff's office. He's losing his members of the sheriff's office, and therefore he's going to lose public trust, lose public safety.
Mello's contract features a pay raise of 10% over the next 3 years. Pierce County released a statement that reads in part, the proposal the Guild members voted on included significant pay increases and robust benefits that are both competitive and sustainable. We believe it reflects the critical work of our law enforcement professionals while also meeting our responsibility of the residents of Pierce County.
It's 6:12. Let's get a check on the weather. Brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Nick Allard from KIRO 7 TV is here, and the great cool down begins, Nick.
It does. You went 90 on Sunday, 87 yesterday, and today it'll be about 81. Now, it's still, warm to hot because the average temperature for today is still 70. So we'll be well above average, but most of us are anywhere from like 5-6 degrees all the way up to like 15, 16 degrees cooler right now compared to 24 hours ago. That ocean air will just continue to increase today and tomorrow and the day after. We have a little bit of fog. Most of it's around Bremerton. You may see some patchy low clouds around Olympia, Shelton, south and west, and I don't really expect to see too much more than that. Otherwise, it still looks like a nice, partly to mostly sunny day, just maybe not quite as hot. Well, not maybe. It won't be quite as hot. Instead of 87, we'll get about 80 to 81, 82 in Olympia, about, say, mid-70s for Everett and low 70s in Bellingham. Now, tomorrow, I expect we will be in the low to mid-70s with widespread low clouds and then afternoon sun. And on Thursday, just mostly cloudy because I'll have a hard time clearing out of it. We'll probably see some drizzle or some mist, and we're going to keep it, say, at like 68. And then we're just hanging around with partly cloudy skies this weekend. Looks really nice. I do expect you'll see some clouds early and then sunshine, upper 60s and lower 70s, which, like I said before at the top here, is average. So if you're around 70, that's what you would expect for this time of year. But it's not going to be as hot today. Still, though, 10, 12 degrees above average. If only I could add, I would tell you how many degrees above 70 that is, but
it's early.
Too early.
All right. Well, we have clear skies. It's 59 in Seattle at 6:13.
And time to check in with Chris Sullivan once again. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Definitely have a lot of sun glare to deal with as you work your way northbound on I-5, getting through Nisqually. Looking at about 35 to 40 minutes now to make that trip from Olympia into Tacoma, which really isn't too bad. Then Tacoma has some brake lights to deal with, and then you have about 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Really not too bad there as of yet. The Valley Freeway also looks about normal. We've got about 42, 43 minutes to make the drive all the way up from Puyallup up into Renton. And Renton to Bellevue is already running over 20 minutes. The lake bridges are still in good shape, though we do have some eastbound slowing approaching Montlake on 520. Coming down from the north end looks okay in Marysville, some off and on braking. You're going to need about 20 minutes to go from Arlington to Everett, and then Everett to Seattle or Bellevue is running right around 40 now. Definitely seeing brake lights there. Across the trestle, westbound 2 is starting to bog down as well, so I'm checking into that to see if we have anything out of the ordinary. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org.
6:15 now. Scott Carty joins us with headlines.
The headline is $650 million. Whoosh. Justin Baldoni's lawsuits against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds just disappeared. A judge said that the $400 million lawsuit against Lively and Reynolds was not going to be valid. And then there was also a $250 million lawsuit against the New York Times. But the judge has thrown both of those out. So Justin Baldoni is just left twiddling his thumbs, thinking about, well, what could he do next?
Can I go full Sully on you right now?
Please do.
No idea who Baldoni or Blake Lively are. I am
There's
familiar.
two of us. Yeah, I have no idea what this is.
That's fair. So
You don't know Blake Lively?
you know
Ryan
who Blake
Reynolds'
Lively. You know
wife?
who Ryan Reynolds is?
Of course I know
Okay,
who
so Ryan Reynolds
Reynolds
is married
It's
to
his
Blake
wife.
Lively.
Yeah.
Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni were in a movie together.
And evidently this was a huge movie, too.
It's a huge movie.
I had
but
no idea.
Charlie, this is just evidence that we all get up too early.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's right. Sully is looking at me with admiration right now for speaking the truth.
I will go prepare a brief for both of you.
Please do.
Yes, a
Don't
detailed
care.
brief.
Thanks, Scott.
Or
It's
no.
6:16.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, as mass protests continue throughout Los Angeles, pushing back against immigration raids from the Trump administration, the president has mobilized thousands of National Guard members and hundreds of U.S. Marines on the streets to quiet the protesters.
CBS immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez is in Los Angeles, where the protests are entering the fifth day. He joins us live now. Good morning, Camilo. What's the scene like this morning?
Good morning. Well, this morning it is relatively quiet here, but Southern California remains the latest epicenter of the nation's contentious debate over immigration. As you underscored, we have seen 4 consecutive nights of demonstrations and protests here in the LA area, protesting what they see as increased and unacceptable ICE activity here. ICE has been ramping up operations across the country, targeting migrants who the agency says are in the country illegally, and they are arresting people who are checking into their court appointments and also their check-in dates with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. That has triggered mass protests here in the LA area. Largely, the protests have been peaceful and have not turned violent, but of course, there have been several instances of agitators and others burning cars or smashing sidewalks and other property to turn that into projectiles to throw at law enforcement. And obviously, it is that violence that President Trump has decided to not only call up thousands of National Guard troops, but also now to activate several hundred U.S. Marines.
This is quite a clash between the president and California's Governor Gavin Newsom. What's being said between those two?
Well, President Trump is saying that, simply put, Governor Gavin Newsom is not taking control of the situation, that he is allowing, in many ways, lawlessness to rule in LA and the rest of California, and that the federal government is not going to stand for that, hence why the president has called up thousands of National Guard troops and now Marines to come to the city to quell what he sees as unacceptable violence, looting, and lawlessness. Of course, the governor disagrees and says that the administration is escalating the situation unnecessarily by calling up the National Guard while bypassing the government's authority on that issue, the governor, of course, traditionally has controlled the state National Guard, but now the president is going around them, circumventing that authority, rather, to call up the National Guard. And now the state attorney general is actually suing the federal government to see if he could get a judge to block the administration from mobilizing these troops and stationing them there in LA area.
We're speaking with CBS reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez, who is in LA right now. What are people telling you right now about the idea that troops are being brought in to help bring this to an end, these protests, and especially the violence? What are people on the streets telling you, Camilo?
Well, it really depends on who you ask. There are a lot of people here who are obviously opposed to increased ICE activity and also the accompanying National Guard deployment by President Trump. They say, just like Governor Gavin Newsom, that these tactics are meant to politicize the situation, to escalate tensions, and to further the president's immigration policy and overall crackdown on Democratic-led cities. But some residents say that these activations of federal troops and guardsmen are necessary to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. And they believe that local police and state law enforcement has simply not done enough to quell the violence. So it really depends on who you ask. It's just like the question of whether or not ICE should be ramping up operations. Many, of course, here do not believe that ICE should be arresting people simply because they're here without legal documentation. But if you ask others, the president's policies are deterring people from coming to the U.S. illegally, and more deportations should be happening according to them. So it really depends on who you ask.
Camilo, it's really hard here in Seattle, just looking at the pictures on TV, to get a grip on how big an area these protests cover. Can you kind of sort that out for us?
Sure. So it is really important just to level set and explain why they were happening in downtown LA. So that is the area where these protests have been largely limited to, and that is because the local ICE field office and the immigration court in LA are located in downtown LA, and those are the places where ICE has been arresting some of the migrants who have been showing up to their court hearings or checking appointments with the agency, and that seems to be the catalyst for this mass demonstrations that we have seen in recent days. I was there last night in downtown LA, and the crowd of several thousand protesters were, again, relatively peaceful, but obviously as the local police attempted to disperse them and get them out of the street, the situation turned more tense, more confrontational, and we did see some agitators, again, turn to violence, but we also saw a lot of people chanting peaceful protests. So I think so far, most people who are participating in these protests are, yes, vocally expressing their views, but doing so in a non-violent manner.
All right. CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez in Los Angeles for us. Camilo, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, guys.
President Trump's Secretary of Defense will appear today on Capitol Hill. He will likely face questions regarding the situation there in L.A., and we get that part of the story from CBS News correspondent Eleanor Watson.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is expected in front of Congress for a hearing on the budget, but questions will likely stray from just that topic. This is the first time Hegseth has appeared on Capitol Hill since his confirmation hearing, and he could face questions not only on deploying National Guard and active duty Marines to Los Angeles, but also may have to address lingering controversies like Signalgate. After the hearing, Hegseth will head to Fort Bragg in North Carolina to join President Trump for the start of celebrations commemorating the Army's 250th birthday. Eleanor Watson, CBS News, the Pentagon.
6:23 now. We check in with Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are starting to have our volumes building just a little bit, but nothing out of the ordinary. I am still looking to see if there's anything going on westbound across the trestle, because it's been pretty heavy. It looks to me to be just volume, and then you have 204 down the hill is a little thick as well. Up in the Marysville area, you've got about a 20-minute trip from Arlington to Everett, better than it was the last morning. Obviously, there are some brake lights here and there. And then you have about a 45-minute trip already from Everett to Seattle Butler, Bellevue. The brake lights are right there at the Boeing Freeway and kind of off and on as you work your way down through Shoreline and down through Bothell. Northbound 405, struggling through the S-curves already. 25 minutes to make the drive up into Bellevue. Behind that, significant spillover from 180th all the way up to 405. Then you have the normal stuff in Auburn. It's already 25 minutes to make the drive from Auburn to Renton and 45 from Puyallup. Eastbound on 512 down the South Hills. Pretty thick today, a little thicker than normal. It extends all the way down past Meridian. So plan on a little bit of a delay there. Northbound I-5 heading up the hill out of Nisqually. A lot of sun glare there. About 40 minutes to make the drive to Tacoma. Tacoma's also bogging down right near the Puyallup River Bridge. Checking to see if there might be something there other than some sun glare, but that's probably the number one suspect at this particular point. Give yourself about 22 minutes to make it from Tacoma up to Federal Way, and Federal Way to Seattle's at 45 to 50 minutes. So right where we should be. This report brought to you by AAA. You know what's fun? Summer. You know what's not fun? Summer spent on the side of the highway. Join AAA Washington today and keep your summer moving.
You know what's nice? Cooler temperatures. 81 the high in the sunshine for today, and then tomorrow will cool off to the mid-70s, partly cloudy. Thursday, we might stay mostly cloudy and only be in the upper 60s. Some sunshine, though. Peaks of sunshine for the afternoon hours. Looks the same on Friday. Right now, sunny and 59 in Seattle.
Straight ahead, the search area for Travis Decker appears to have narrowed. We'll have KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with the latest on Seattle's morning news.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's morning news, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's morning news.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's morning news and the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio. Download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started bagging up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing. When it's time to get that roof replaced, choose Guardian with our expert insured team and our Guardian Guarantee. Call now and get 1 year of maintenance free with the installation of a new roof, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines and I was able to sleep through the night. And that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
'cause that heat's a real bummer.
dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save $50 off our pre-summer AC tune-up. dayandnight.net.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway. The alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS4KIDS.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
And good morning. It's 6:31. Search teams could be hot on the trail of Travis Decker, the father at the center of a massive manhunt near Leavenworth.
This morning, they're pinpointing their search on a specific area of Chelan County. And with the latest, here's KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, federal agents have now taken over the search for Decker, and they've got a lot of agents and local officers in the Ingalls Creek area, which is along Highway 97, just 10 miles south of Leavenworth. They're telling everyone in that area to lock their doors. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin.
People in that area, you need to lock your doors. You need to stay inside. They say be vigilant. Make sure if you see anything suspicious, call 911 because they want to make sure that they're following up on everything in real time.
You know, from what I've seen all day yesterday morning, search helicopters were circling above the encampment and then down into the valley in the afternoon that leads up to that Ingalls Creek area. Also, early this morning, the State Patrol's Cessna flew from Olympia to Wenatchee, landing in Wenatchee about 1:30 this morning, perhaps ready to be part of that search today. There's also been new information released. Autopsy results show the cause of death now for all three girls was suffocation. Deputies also say they found Decker's blood at the scene of the crime at that campsite just about 18 miles west of Leavenworth, as well as blood that was not human. They also found Decker's dog, they say, which was taken to the Humane Society. And Charlie and Amanda, if they are hot on Decker's trail right now, and it certainly sounds like they are closer than they ever have been, he's basically done kind of like a large C shape or almost a circle from Leavenworth to just back south of Leavenworth. This is day 11 in the manhunt, which is about when survivalists say food becomes an issue. And deputies don't know if Decker is armed, but they say he certainly is dangerous.
Luke, thank you. Washington spent billions more on schools after the McCleary ruling in 2017, but a new national report shows test scores are still sliding.
The Washington State Standard says the Annie E. Casey Foundation now ranks Washington 27th in the country. Reading scores have not improved in 2 decades. Math scores for 8th graders are worse than they were 10 years ago, and more than half of preschoolers are not in school. State leaders say things are improving post-pandemic, but critics say the return on investment just is not there.
And light rail service to Redmond just started a month ago and is already having problems. Service has been shut down from Overlake Village in Bellevue to downtown Redmond until inspections can be completed. Seattle Times reports Sound Transit is dealing with a power issue. Buses will ferry people around the closure. Trains will still run between Overlake and the South Bellevue station.
From trains to automobiles, let's get to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk here, Sully.
And if you want me to, I could do planes, but I'll do that a little bit later on. The drive right now, we got sun glare in a lot of different places, adding a couple of minutes to our drive. But other than that, we're doing an okay job. If you're coming up from the Olympia area, you've got about 40 minutes, so a little bit behind schedule, maybe a minute or two. Sun glare up the hill coming out of Nisqually, and then after that, it's not too bad. Tacoma also seeing some sun glare around the corner as you make your way down past the Dome through Fife. Give yourself 25 minutes to go from Tacoma to Federal Way, so that's a little tardy, and then about an hour now from Federal Way to Seattle. Looking at brake lights down the South Hill as well. Haven't been able to find anything there other than sun glare as well. And then Puyallup to Renton at 45 to 48 minutes. About a half an hour now from the Renton area on up into Bellevue. That's about normal. Coming down from the north end, some more brake lights through Marysville. 25 minutes to get you down into the Everett area out of Arlington. And then over 50 minutes already from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We're expecting to have a high of 81 today, not nearly as hot as yesterday, and then we continue to cool down. By later this week, we could be having temperatures in the upper 60s, maybe even some drizzle on Thursday and Friday. Right now, it's 59 and sunny at 6:35.
And that's time for our opening bell report. It appears Boeing has resumed delivering planes to China. We learn more from KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch.
A new Boeing 737 MAX has landed in China, according to flight data seen by Reuters. China sent back 3 Boeing aircraft in April, and Boeing halted deliveries to China as the U.S.-China trade war escalated. But Boeing signaled it would be resuming deliveries in June after both countries scaled back tariffs on each other for 90 days. China is seen as a critical growing market for Boeing planes. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle's Pride Parade losing some major sponsors. Seattle Times reports Boeing, Expedia, and Amazon's LGBTQ plus group are all stepping away. Organizers say it's part of a national trend. They believe companies are worried about political pressure, especially from the Trump administration, which has been vocal against diversity and LGBTQ plus efforts. Patty Hearn is the executive director of Seattle Pride, and she tells KIRO 7 TV this year's theme is louder.
There's a lot happening that's really challenging for the queer and trans communities. A lot of legislative challenges, lots of hate coming our way, and I think louder is a call to standing up, speaking up, fighting back.
Dozens of Pride-related festivities will take place this month. The parade is scheduled for June 29th.
A heads up if you get care at Valley Medical Center. The Renton Hospital is ending its partnership with UW Medicine. This is according to the Seattle Times. They've been working together for about 14 years. It hasn't always been smooth sailing. There were legal battles early on. Now both sides say they will officially split by the end of next year. Valley's been under pressure lately, shutting down some services because of money troubles. No word yet on what this means for patients.
Big changes coming to Multicare Good Samaritan Hospital in Puyallup. Brand new patient care tower just got the green light. Multicare says construction could start as soon as August. The new tower will add 160 beds and room for 40 more later. State Department of Health has already signed off. And the Puyallup City Council just approved the hospital's new master plan. Multicare says the project will cost about $431 million and expect it will take about 2 years to build.
A Wenatchee juice company is in trouble for not using enough recycled plastic in its packaging. NCW Life reports Treetop has been fined more than $20,000 by the state. The Department of Ecology says the company used zero recycled content in 2024. That's a violation of Washington's packaging laws. Treetop was one of 23 companies fined statewide. They have 30 days to pay or appeal.
There's a new push to raise the federal minimum wage.
Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley is set to introduce a bill to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, a position that aligns one of the most conservative Republican lawmakers with some of the most liberal members of Congress. The measure would raise the federal standard starting next year and would also call for an increase in subsequent years to match inflation. Vermont Democrat Peter Welch is signed on as a co-sponsor. The federal minimum wage currently sits at $7.25 an hour and has not risen since 2009. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Some Americans, especially in big cities, have stopped eating out because it's just so darn expensive. Well, CBS News reporter Christopher Cruz says changing where you eat could lower the tab.
Diners in Boston say even a quick lunch costs big bucks.
I bought 2 tacos and a side of street corn, and it was $31.
Restaurant owners blame higher food costs, rising wages, and a spike in utility costs for the increase in the bill. Chef and owner Mark Sheehan of a restaurant in suburban Boston has managed to keep costs down by sourcing ingredients locally. He says to lower the tab, get out of the city.
I was at a meeting a couple months ago with some people in the restaurant industry in Boston, and they were all listing $50, $60 lobster rolls. I got asked how much ours was last summer, and I was like, $28.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Very flat on Wall Street right now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 2 points, S&P 500 ahead by 12, NASDAQ ahead by 53.
And now a word from KIRO 7 TV, KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
And Chris, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the heavy braking we have on northbound 167 out of Auburn, so we'll talk about it coming up next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
You listen to Seattle's morning news every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. You're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
It's 6:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. And watching the roads for us is Chris Sullivan.
And we are looking at a pretty typical day out there for a Tuesday, though we've added a little sun glare to the mix, which makes a couple of our roads a little heavier than normal. Like if you're coming up the Valley Freeway, we've got heavy brake lights not only coming out of Puyallup, but then also out of the Auburn area and continuing up past 180th. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
$15 in the hot lane coming up out of Auburn. It'll only save you about 3 minutes, so not really a good return on your investment there. Of course, all the rampant cheating on 167 doesn't help, but we've talked about that before. Off my high horse and back to Renton to Bellevue, looking at 405 northbound. We've got about a 25 to 30-minute trip there. Northbound I-5 starting to get a little bit better up the Nisqually Hill towards Mounts Road. That's because of the sun's kind of moved up a little bit, and so the glare isn't as big of an issue. Northbound I-5 through Tacoma's got a little bit of slowing across the Puyallup River. You're going to need about 25 minutes up to Federal Way. And then Federal Way is heavy past the Kent Des Moines Road, a little bit now past the West Seattle Bridge. So you've got an hour drive for you as you work your way from Federal Way to Seattle. Coming down from the north end, brake lights through Tulalip, getting through Marysville, about 25 minutes from Arlington to Everett, and then Everett to Seattle is running right around 50 minutes. Everett to Bellevue about 55. So we're really starting to see things go south there. Looking at westbound across the trestle, still haven't been able to find any reason why we're so slow all the way over to the I-5 side. I've been looking, but 2 is a little backed up. 204 is as well. But all in all, for a Tuesday morning, we're pretty much right where we should be. This report brought to you by AAA, AAA. Those 3 little letters are the key to more summer fun. Discounts, roadside rescues, and more. Join AAA Washington today.
And our forecast, it's going to be a bit cooler for today. Should be around 81 in the sunshine. Tomorrow we'll add a few more clouds to keep us around 75, and then only upper 60s for Thursday and Friday with a mix of sun and clouds. It's 56 and sunny in Seattle right now.
6:45 now. We head over to KIRO Newsradio Scott Carty, who's in for Katrina Gashard this morning.
Charlie, Sully, you guys both know what cell phones are, right?
Heard of them.
Yeah.
And wireless connection?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I got a brick at home, yeah.
Okay, now when I say smart, what do you say? Smart less. Smart less. Well, the guys behind the Smartless podcast, Will Arnett, Sean Hayes, and Jason Bateman.
Oh, podcast. I need an iPod for that, right?
Yes. And a wire.
Does Sully know who any of those men are?
Probably not.
What were the names again?
Oh, my goodness.
Jason Bateman.
From Family
Sean
Ties.
Hayes and Will Arnett.
I know 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Jason Bateman was Teen Wolf.
They have the 9th most popular podcast.
I was going to say, it's on my list of podcasts to listen to.
That's Michael J. Fox.
In the U.S.
But he was Teen Wolf, too.
Okay. Could somebody turn his microphone off, please? So they have the 9th largest podcast in the U.S., the Smartless podcast. It was born out of the pandemic, and the 3 guys needed something to do, and so they all started talking as friends, and now, voila. Now they're getting into the phone business. They're going to launch this new wireless provider. It's going to be on Seattle's own T-Mobile network, but they say it's going to give you a more affordable alternative to the industry giants. As Will Arnett says, and this is in his voice, we could cut your phone bill in half.
Well, I hope he's right.
Like Ryan Reynolds. They got their own cell phone company.
See, he does know some things.
Yeah. All right. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, more of the day's top stories. It's 6:46.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit Earnin.com for full details.
It's a brave face we put on. We never want to be any trouble. But you know, getting older isn't all smiles and birthday parties. Sometimes it's facing the fact that we are aging. And you know what? That can be pretty hard. If you need a little support or just want to talk to someone, 988 is here for you. It's free and it's confidential. Call 988 anywhere, anytime. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Time now for a personal finance update sponsored by Madrona Financial and CPAs. I wanted to check in with Madrona's Brian Evans about something positive. We talk about the importance of paying down debt and how you need to save and invest. Well, let's also talk about the payoff, what you get for the hard work you're putting in. Brian, when you're working with a client, do you have ways with them that you're helping them visualize retirement goals?
Yeah, I wrote a book called The 7 Steps to Successful Retirement, and you can go on our website and download it for free. And in that, the first step is your life plan. So it's so important. People think that money's going to make them happy often. And I warn them about the whole richest person in the graveyard scenario. Just because you're the richest person in the graveyard does not mean you had the happiest life. In fact, I was sitting next to a friend of mine who's a chancellor at a university, wonderful family, helps kids out, gets to do all these really cool, important things, has a great life, just did the STP, physically fit, good faith life. I mean, charitable, all these things. He starts out by saying, well, I'm not a rich man. I said, correction there. You are one of the richest people I know. It's not about how much money is in your bank account. So we like to talk about the lifestyle you want to live.
Let's say you're just getting started, Brian. I mean, what's a simple first win you recommend people celebrate?
Well, I think about the life you want to live. That's a hard question to answer, right? Yeah. But what I do is I picture myself 5 to 10 years from now. I mean, if you're going to go on a trip, you usually have a destination. And so you know whether to turn left or turn right to start on your way to that destination. Too many of us in life don't even have that destination. We don't know what that looks like. We just get up every day, roll out of bed, and do the best we can. So if you actually plan, what do I want my life to look like? How do I want my hobbies, relationships, volunteerism, exercise, all these things, my work career, my education, what do I want that to look like? Well, once you've kind of pictured that, now you can reverse engineer and start mapping out your progress towards that goal.
And it really does sound like this is a family thing. This is not something just one person in a family gets to celebrate or visualize.
That's right. It can be a family thing, and there's so many fun things you could do if you set little goals and you hit them. I mentioned about how expensive it can be going out, maybe having a family barbecue to celebrate something. I've started making homemade ice cream. That's a really fun thing to share with people, or having a game night or something like that. Just thinking about the memories in your life that when you think back are rarely expensive. The best things the things that are memorable that you really think good about, they're not usually things that cost a lot of money.
Okay, and you said you had a book that doesn't cost any money.
Well, some things are free, actually, and they don't cost you anything. That's right. 7 Steps to Successful Retirement is on our Madrona Financial website. You can download that for free.
All right. Brian Evans, Madrona Financial and CPAs. Brian, thanks for your time today. We'll check in with you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks.
It's now 6:53, and that's time to check in once again with Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And the only road that's really misbehaving right now is southbound I-5 getting through Marysville. It's a little heavier there than I'd like to see, even for a Tuesday. I mean, we're up to about a half an hour to make the drive from Arlington to Everett, so that's about 10 or 12 minutes slower than normal. The rest of the map looks average for a Tuesday. I mean, you're going to see the brake lights in the usual suspect locations. If you're continuing down I-5, that's going to be right there by the Everett Mall, then a little bit more around the Alderwood Mall. We've got about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle, closer to an hour now from Everett to Bellevue as the brake lights through Canyon Park have intensified. But the further south you go, if you're past Shoreline or Bothell, it's really not too bad of a drive. Northbound I-5 has got some brake lights in Nisqually, but a 40-minute trip to Tacoma, plus or minus, is about where we should be. Little braking through Fife up the hill to 18, and then Federal Way to Seattle's a little over an hour. That's what it should be with brake lights past the Kent Des Moines Road. Nice long gap till you get up almost to the north end of Boeing Field. Renton to Bellevue, a half an hour. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, not quite 50 minutes from Puyallup up to Renton, but there are some brake lights down the South Hill on eastbound 512. 18 over Tiger Mountain, starting to heat up a little bit. Most of that is on the western slope getting up to the summit, but then the further east or north at that point you go, the better it gets. 16, not too bad at all. Do have some brake lights around the corner in Gorst. I think that might be sun glare there as well. That's a notorious spot this time of day. Across the lake, we're doing really well. No issues there. This report brought to you by the State Office of Insurance Commissioner. Stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisor. Call 800-562-6900. 6900, that is, 6900.
Headed for a high of 81 with a lot of sunshine today. Partly cloudy and 75 tomorrow. Right now, 56 in Seattle.
And coming up on Seattle's Morning News, KIRO Newsradio's Paula Holden is going to talk to a local video game legend in a story of arcades and love songs.
And in Chelan County, we are hearing that now a community warning has been sent out about Travis Decker, suspected to be in the Peshastin area. That story coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Years of commercial fishing are not easy on the human body. Just ask Anthony.
Pulling a lot of fish, it's a very repetitive task.
And the consequences were pretty painful.
I have torn rotator cuffs in both shoulders,
which made it just about impossible to do his job.
Fortunately, I'm the captain, so when my shoulders got to a point where I couldn't work the deck, I had others to do that.
But he knew that was no way to run a ship. So he went to Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, who suggested stem cell therapy. And before long, all hands were back on deck.
After about 30 days, my shoulders are allowing me to do my job without pain. Both shoulders are getting stronger every day. That's a good thing.
So you'd recommend stem cell therapy to others, huh?
I definitely would. I absolutely am very happy with the results.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before choosing surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is getting an earful from lawmakers on Capitol Hill right now over the deployment of military members to Los Angeles to keep anti-ICE protesters at bay. Minnesota Democrat Betty McCollum.
The president's decision to call the National Guard troops to Los Angeles was premature, and the decision to deploy active duty Marines as well is downright escalatory.
Writing on Truth Social, the president says the city would burn if he hadn't acted. So far, so calm as the protests enter day 5. CBS's Maurice Dubois is in downtown L.A.
It has remained calm, but yesterday it got dicey. There were confrontations right here on these very streets. Huge law enforcement presence, officers trying to get control, urging people to clear the area. The Marines we just told you about, they're being charged with protecting federal property and personnel.
Police in southeast Austria now say a 21-year-old former student who never graduated used 2 weapons to open fire on a high school in the city of Graz today.
There are crisis management teams to help people, even for those who haven't been physically harmed. But still, there are several fatalities.
They say 8 students and a teacher were killed. The gunman also died. No word yet on a motive. Austrian Chancellor Christian Stocker has declared 3 days of national mourning. Pushback from medical experts a day after Health Secretary Kennedy removed all 17 members of the CDC's panel of vaccine experts. CBS News contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Removing the entire ACIP committee at the same time all at once is highly unusual, and it injects political instability into a process that's traditionally been nonpartisan, not political, and rooted in science.
As the Trump administration gets set to resume federal death row executions, the numbers are ramping up in the South. CBS's Jim Krasula.
4 executions are scheduled in the U.S. this week, with 2 of them today. Alabama, South Carolina, Florida, and Oklahoma are scheduled to put inmates to death this week. That would bring the national total of executions to 23 so far this year. There were 25 executions across the U.S. last year, according to the Death Penalty Information Center.
Satellite photos show the number of emperor penguins in one part of Antarctica has declined more than 20% over the past 15 years. Researcher Peter Fretwell suspects climate change.
If the sea warms up, that sea ice, which freezes over every year and melts every year, doesn't last long enough for them to complete their breeding cycle or to molt properly. And that really gives them a lot of problems.
Dow down 20 as the World Bank sharply downgrades its projection for global output this year. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03, and we get a check on the roads with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And all in all, we're in pretty good shape until one spot's still kind of misbehaving. That's southbound I-5 as you work your way through the Marysville area. We're 30 minutes from Arlington into Everett. That's about a 10-minute delay over what you might expect. Once you get through that, though, it's just kind of off and on annoying braking. Up to speed, then you hit the brakes. Up to speed, hit the brakes. One of those kind of days. But we are running at an hour now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The further south you go, it actually cleans up pretty nicely, and you're back up to speed south of Shoreline or Bothell. Northbound I-5, not too bad through Lacey now, and then Tacoma's easing up a little bit. Federal Way to Seattle, though, has gone the other way. Hour and 20 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. 45 of those minutes to get you up to South Center, just bumper to bumper up past that Kent Des Moines construction zone. Looking at the Valley Freeway, 50 minutes now from end to end with 30 out of Auburn, 35 now from Renton to Bellevue. Across the lake, though, we're doing okay. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, and more. Go to closetsbydesign.com to see the current specials or call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04, and this is a rapidly developing story this morning. Search teams could be hot on the trail of Travis Decker. He is a father at the center of a massive manhunt near Leavenworth.
This morning, they are pinpointing their search on a specific area of Chelan County. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following this and joins us live with the latest.
It sounds like and it feels like they could be really close to Decker right now in the Ingalls Creek area along Highway 97 near Peshastin, just 10 miles south of Leavenworth is what we're talking about. There's an alert in that area for anyone who lives there to lock your doors immediately. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin from just a little while ago.
We saw 3 different guys put on tactical vests and a helmet and grab big rifle-style guns and then went into Ingalls Creek. I have seen so many different types of law enforcement running up and down 97 already this morning. We even driving in from Seattle early this morning, we saw several deputies posted up on the side of the road as far as even 25 miles out.
Federal agents have now taken over the search for Decker, and from what I've seen all day yesterday, they had search helicopters circling above the encampments, the mountains there, and then down into the valley that leads to that area of Ingalls Creek. Also, early this morning, the State Patrol Cessna flew from Olympia to Wenatchee, landed there in Wenatchee about 1:30 this morning. But so far, I haven't seen any aircraft up and searching this morning. Also, there's been new information released. Autopsy results show now the cause of death for all 3 girls was suffocation at that campsite 18 miles west of Leavenworth. Deputies also say they found Decker's blood at the scene, so he could have some sort of injury that he's dealing with. And they also found Decker's dog, which was taken to the Humane Society. Charlie and Amanda, if they are hot on Decker's trail right now, and it kind of sounds like they are, he's basically done a huge C-shaped path from west of Leavenworth back to just south of Leavenworth. Huge amount of police activity, again, along Highway 97 right now. This is day 11 in the manhunt when it's about time. Survivalists say that if you don't have food or you're running low, food becomes an issue. Deputies don't know if Decker is armed, but they certainly think he is dangerous.
Okay, if there are any other development, Luke, just You bust in here right away,
You got
break
it.
into whatever we're doing. Okay, 7:06 now. The Red Bridge fire just east of Cle Elum is contained this morning after it burned 50 acres. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha is there.
There are still some embers burning up there, and this is about maybe 300 yards from Route 970, so very close to the roadway.
About 60 firefighters remained on scene overnight to keep watch. Authorities believe the fire was human-caused.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Brought a lot of smiles to faces, didn't he?
Yes,
Sly
indeed.
Stone of Sly and the Family Stone passed away. He was in his 80s.
He made it to 82.
82. But I love hearing his music, and that always kind of feels good to have him on the radio airwaves, doesn't it?
It does. Thanks for joining us here on Seattle's Morning News. It is Tuesday, the 10th of June. He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor.
We have Sully keeping an eye on the roads for us. You were bobbing your head, and you like Sly, right?
Oh, you better believe it.
It feels good.
I'm a big funk master.
Sully the Funk Master.
Okay, we'll remember
I
that.
had to say that very
Yeah.
slowly.
Nick Krasia is over there at the board, and he's picking the music today. We have producer David Burbank keeping the show running, and Scott Carty is in for Katrina Kashard today.
Tough finish for the Mariners yesterday. Do we want to go there?
Nope.
Okay. All right, then. Coming up this hour, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden will have the tale of arcades and love songs. That's at 7:15.
We'll also speak to New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold with the latest moves from Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
It's now 7:08. A protest was held on the steps of Seattle City Hall yesterday.
And KIRO News Radio's James Lynch tells us it was in response to the arrest of a California union president during the L.A. protests.
Several hundred protesters marched a few blocks from the Service Employees International Union headquarters. They want charges dropped against California SEIU President David Herta. They also want ICE to stand down. Here's union member Nikki Lee.
The Trump administration has gone way too far. This is an abuse of power and tarnishes our democracy.
Fortunately, there were no problems at the protest. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Local immigration officials say they've been forced to stop sharing all pertinent details on pending raids in and around Seattle and Spokane because of media leaks. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Seattle Field Office Director Camilla Wamsley tells the Jason Rant Show on KTTH her office keeps local law enforcement in the loop when her agents are targeting criminal illegal immigrants.
We definitely don't want to see a blue-on-blue shooting.
She says the leaks are putting her agents in danger, so now they're delaying notifications until just before they go out in the field. We have reached out to Seattle and Spokane police for comment.
Federal immigration agents say a man tried to run them down with a truck. Victor Vivanco Reyes is now charged with assaulting federal officers. U.S. Attorney's Office says he's a Mexican citizen living in Stanwood illegally. Agents with Homeland Security and Border Patrol tried to arrest him twice. The first time, they say he sped away from agents in that truck. The second time, on Camano Island, he allegedly rammed two government vehicles and sent two immigration agents to the hospital. They were hurt. Vivanco Reyes tried to run from that scene, but was caught. He's being held until his court hearing June 13th.
Seattle rapper Macklemore was not home when two masked men broke into his house on Capitol Hill. But police say his three children were inside with their nanny early Saturday morning. We get more on this from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
The nanny even getting pepper sprayed with one of the robbers asking, quote, "Where are the jewels?" So Seattle police say two guys broke in through a back door, confronted the nanny, and then grabbed watches, jewelry, several pairs of shoes. They also snagged the nanny's phone. The nanny actually bit one of them as they were running out.
Detectives are going through surveillance footage, but so far, no arrests.
A woman convicted of embezzlement kept stealing right up until the day she went to prison. Kristen Guillory was sentenced last week for a second round of fraud. She had already pleaded guilty to stealing $2.5 million from an Everett company, but while waiting to serve her sentence, she took tens of thousands more from a Kent employer. She never told them about her conviction, even though the court ordered her to. So now she's serving an extra year in prison.
And a state employee turned fraudster is now facing prison time. Federal prosecutors say Matthew Ping stole nearly $900,000 from Washington taxpayers years. He worked for the Office of Administrative Hearings and had access to state credit cards. Ping created fake vendor accounts and charged them for years. He even tricked co-workers during audits to hide the fraud. The theft was discovered by the state auditor's office. Ping also failed to report the stolen money on his taxes. He'll be sentenced in September and must repay the full amount.
It's 7:12. Let's get a check on the weather, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7 pinpoint meteorologist Nick Allard, where we have another warm one on tap.
We do. I mean, the record's in the low 80s, and we're going to be in the low 80s, but that's still cooler than yesterday's 87. We're starting off much cooler than yesterday in the 40s and 50s instead of the 50s and 60s. So we're feeling the cooler air. But even though you go from 90, then 87 to 81, that's still warm to hot for this time of year. So another sunny day, another hot day. You will see more widespread low clouds tomorrow, and low clouds will be around for the first half of the day, and then we'll clear it out for at least partly to mostly sunny conditions and highs. It'll be, say, mid-70s. And then we get even cooler by Thursday. It's mostly cloudy. May see some areas with some drizzle or some mist, and temperatures at, say, like 68. Holding that for Friday with some increasing sun breaks, but still only partly cloudy and staying partly cloudy to mostly sunny through the weekend. Highs this weekend will be, say, 70 to about 74 or so. And we're right now kind of in the mid to upper 50s, and it's definitely cooler than yesterday. I saw at one point Bremerton was 17 degrees cooler than 24 hours ago. So the cool down's here. It's just, it takes a little while to get fully back to normal.
It's always cool in Bremerton, though.
Well, it's awesome there.
MXPX did a song about it. People were moving to Bremerton to hang out.
Yeah. You're making me feel. All I know is that you said something about Pearl Jam there. That's all I heard.
Thank you, Nick. In Seattle right now, it's sunny and 54.
It's 7:13, and we check traffic every 10 minutes on the threes. Back to Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And the I-5 northbound drive is really in the red this morning as you make your way from Federal Way to Seattle. Up over 40 minutes still to make it up through the Kent-Des Moines Road today. That's about 5 to 8 minutes slower there. Total hour and 20 from Federal Way to Seattle. There is a big long gap in the middle as you make your way past SeaTac South Center, Tukwila into the south end of Boeing Field, but still a pretty heavy drive. 509 as well, backed up past 128 going northbound out of Burien. Looking at the Valley Freeway, definitely a lot more action now. We're seeing about a 50-minute trip to go from end to end. The brake lights begin now before the 15th Southwest and continue up past Emerald Downs. Might have a new crash to talk about there. I'm going to be checking into that now, right there just north of 18. And then Renton to Bellevue's running over 35 minutes. Coming down from the north end, we're starting to see things get a little bit better through Marysville, a lot more yellow than red. So 25 minutes again from Arlington down into Everett, and then a little over an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Really heavy away from Linwood, but the further south you go through Shoreline, it actually is not too bad on I-5. 405, though, really busy down through 522. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
7:15. Now we head over to Scott Carty.
I'm just going to give you a little brace here, okay? I'm going to say something that might knock you back on your heels a bit, Charlie.
Not going to say it.
Okay, you know that Egg Slut is coming to Seattle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, G made us very well aware.
Yeah. Now, have any of you ever been?
I've not.
Okay, I've been to the one in Las Vegas. Delicious. But I'm still not going to go stand in line. I don't stand in Instagram lines. Egg Slut is coming to the Melrose Market on Capitol Hill. But it's starting to cause some problems with the neighbors. Russ Sullivan of Rain Shadow Meats tells Eater Seattle that it's getting very frustrating because when they went in to start the construction, they wrapped essentially the whole building and says Egg Slut is coming soon. He's feeling like nobody's seeing him anymore, and it's causing a disruption to his business. We still don't know when the opening is going to be happening, but it's causing some little controversy
I
up
need
there.
to cruise on up there and take a picture. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, you can see it. It's bright and yellow. And it says, Egg Slut coming soon.
Again, I will not say it.
Not going to do it. 7:16 now.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
Now for a tale of arcades and love songs with KIRO Newsradio's Paul Holden.
For Walter Day, it was simple.
I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be the center of attention. I wanted the glory
I wanted the fame. I wanted the pretty girls come up and say, "Hi, I see that you're good at Centipede."
You might know Walter Day from the 2007 documentary film The King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. In the movie, we learn that Day is the head referee and scorekeeper of Twin Galaxies, an international video game scoreboard, and back in the 80s, a legendary arcade in Ottumwa, Iowa. While Day wasn't the true star of the movie, which focused on the world of competitive Donkey Kong, he's become a fan favorite, and if you ask me, the world of competitive gaming as we know it is thanks to him and his work. After researching and practicing transcendental meditation, Day wanted to know what made a champion, so he got to work.
So I started monitoring high scores as I traveled around the country as a traveling salesman, and I fell in love with video game arcades. And I decided I wanted to do an arcade. And when I did the arcade, I immediately started a scoreboard and tried to monitor who was the best in all the games. Next thing I know, I discovered that the video game industry had no scorekeeper and had no scoreboard. So I volunteered to do it, and the video game industry went for it. So suddenly, overnight, my arcade, Twin Galaxies in Ottumwa, Iowa, became the world's most famous arcade. It became the mecca of video game playing. It became the crossroads. It became the Dodge City of video games. And people travel even from other countries, even just to say they once played at the great Twin Galaxies. So suddenly, we were the center of the video game universe, and everything we did was completely original, pioneering, and now historically looking back on it, it is the birth of organized competitive video gaming, which makes it the birth of competitive esports.
You learn more about his story and influence throughout the rest of The King of Kong, but his latest movie, Arcades and Love Songs, directed by Ed Cunningham, a producer on The King of Kong, is not a sequel.
I got pulled back in just before I learned about Walter's music because Walter got pulled into a lawsuit. Billy Mitchell had been in a lawsuit with Twin Galaxies, which Walter had sold after King of Kong. And I actually, because some of that lawsuit, it mentioned the film. It specifically mentioned the film. And so I got back involved to help Walter defend himself from a lawsuit from a movie that we produced, almost 20 years ago. That was really a strain on Walter's life. And I was there as a friend, and we reconnected through what was a hardship for him.
In 2014, Walter Day sold Twin Galaxies and moved on to focus on his music career, hence the name of the film, Arcades and Love Songs. Years after the release of The King of Kong, Billy Mitchell, one of the Donkey Kong players featured in the movie, was accused of cheating. Mitchell was even stripped of his high scores from Twin Galaxies, and eventually Mitchell filed a defamation lawsuit against Twin Galaxies. In 2021, Twin Galaxies countersued Mitchell and listed Day as a cross-defendant. However, Day was later voluntarily dropped from the suit, which was also eventually settled out of court. During all of this, Day was still nursing a broken heart.
Of course, in 1985, I had a glamorous girlfriend, and essentially one night, I was very in love with her. One night she called me up and said, "Walter, I've been seeing a friend of yours, and we're done." So my heart was broken. First time, and actually only time I ever had my heart broken. And it was a very, very big experience. But what became interesting is that a couple of weeks into the heartbreak, I started hearing music playing in me, almost like I was channeling a radio station, but that radio station was playing songs that were new, that were my songs, that didn't exist in the outside world.
You must be on time for 1,000 days to make up for each time you're late. And you must be a joker for 1,000,000 years to make up for each heart you break.
Over 100 songs are the result of Day's heartbreak back in the 80s, and it's been his lifelong goal to produce and perform those songs. But there was one catch.
The voice is still a work in progress. When I got up on the stage, I got up there with more courage than I got up with skill in singing. Because I'm brand new, because I never was a singer, never expected to be a singer, never thought of being a singer, never imagined being a singer. When I got up there on the stage, I was singing for the first time in my life in front of people. And that was a huge psychological, emotional adventure.
Throughout Arcades and Love Songs, we follow Day on his journey with building his voice and confidence, even revisiting the inspiration behind all this music. But the film is more than just following around a man who has dedicated his life to the world of video games. It's a story of perseverance, and that we should never lose sight of our biggest goals in life. That sometimes the thing preventing you from what you've always wanted is yourself.
I actually began to have tremendous fears and would even have nightmares about how, it's the end of my life and I never, ever, ever did the music and never shared it to the world so the world would find out how beautiful it is.
Love in a changing world, my heart's hurting, hurting, hurting. Love with a changing girl, my heart's hurting, hurting, hurting.
When the word got out that Walter Day needed help making his album, the video game world stepped up.
I was at an event when a couple people came out of the crowd and they said, Walter, we recognize you from the King of Kong. Whatever happened to that music? Anything ever come out of it? And I explained to them that it was still my dream to do, but it never happened just because of all the difficulties of life. And they said, well, we made a game called Color Switch. It's been successful. And we've got the money, and we want to pay for your album as a gift, no strings attached.
And when Cunningham heard the news,
it only took me about 24 hours before I realized, Walter mentioned the scene in King of Kong where he's talking about his music and he's playing his song. And it's a great scene in front of this barn in Iowa in the winter. And I just thought, this brings it full circle. And it's also a different story. We had no interest in doing King of Kong 2. Walter said this early on when we started filming. He's like, the story's almost already written. And I think our cameras being there upped Walter's game. It made it a little more important. And, I'm very happy with what turned out to be really, it's a singer-songwriter heartbreak movie about this guy with an interesting background in video games.
I don't want to spoil how the performance goes, but the film is a must, not only for fans of The King of Kong, but for those looking for a little inspiration.
This is not an action film at all. This completely is devoted to impulses of the heart, in a sense. It's completely all about how the way people work together and how their hearts fit together, which is becoming an important theme at this time in history because the world is so crazy.
You can stream Arcades and Love Songs right now on multiple platforms. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Speaking of video games, Last of Us, I guess that was a video game before it became a series. Just finished up the series.
Yeah, and?
A lot of choices were made there. A lot of choices.
I don't know what that means, but I'll have to watch.
It was really intense, the ending, the finale of this season, and I'm curious where it goes next.
Interesting.
All right.
Do we know if there's going to be a third?
Don't know. It is 7:23. I feel like I'm on the verge of spoilers, and I don't want to spoil anything for anyone.
Stop talking.
Okay, I should. That's pretty much a standard advice at all times. Charlie, stop talking.
Not at all. Let's get to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk and let Sully talk.
And we are looking at about an hour and 15-minute trip now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. We've added about 10 minutes to the trip. Most of, if not all of the heavy braking begins right there at Linwood, and now it does kind of extend a little bit further to the south. Northbound I-5 is really struggling. Now from about Highway 18 all the way up past the Kent Des Moines Road, it's going to be bumper to bumper. We've got well over 40 minutes to make it from Federal Way into South Center, probably closer to 45, and an hour and 25 all the way. So that gap in the middle is great, but you're going to hit it again hard past the West Seattle Bridge. Rented to Bellevue now up over 40 minutes as well. The Valley Freeway, I'm still looking for a crash right there just north of Highway 18. We've got about an hour and 5-minute trip now from Auburn to Renton. That's at least 10 minutes behind what you might have expected. 35 of those minutes out of Auburn. Pierce County, we're looking at brake lights up the hill to Highway 18. You're going to need about 30 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. And 16 eastbound struggling a little bit. Northbound I-5 through the Olympia area, got about a 40-minute clip there. The Lake Bridges, though, are still in fine shape. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA on Seaport Airlines. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
You can talk now. I'm actually checking the text line because we have at least one listener who says, Manda's so mean to Charlie.
Oh, okay. I kind of deserve it. They aren't here listening off air.
I love Charlie.
In Seattle, we have temperature of 54 right now, headed for a high of 81. Coming up, more on the search for Travis Decker. Authorities think they might know where he is. That's on the way on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. You're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube. or the KIRO Newsradio app.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub, it's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com and let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Got pickleball game? Play with Seattle football legends in the Champions of Change pickleball tournament on June 28th, benefiting high school athletes. Register at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball or donate at your local Safeway.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. New search teams could be hot on the trail of Travis Decker, the father at the center of a massive manhunt near Leavenworth.
Right now, they are pinpointing their search on a specific area of Chelan County, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Yeah, it sounds like they could be really close to Decker here. This is the Ingalls Creek area along Highway 97 near Peshastin, just 10 miles south of Leavenworth. Deputies are telling people who live in that area to lock your doors immediately and take precautions. And also, if you see something, say something, call 911. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin from just a little bit ago this morning.
We saw 3 different guys put on tactical vests and a helmet and grab big rifle-style guns and then went into Ingalls Creek. I have seen so many different types of law enforcement running up and down 97 already this morning. We even driving in from Seattle early this morning, we saw several deputies posted up on the side of the road as far as even 25 miles out.
So federal agents have now taken over the search for Decker, but the law enforcement that she's describing, and I've seen video of this, they're from deputies from and officers from all over Western Washington that have Snohomish County and other places that have come down to this area to help in this search, almost like they needed and wanted a large police presence. And what I've seen from tracking aircraft, all day yesterday morning, it looks like the feds had search helicopters circling above the Enchantments, that mountain range, and then down into the valley that leads to Ingalls Creek. Also, early this morning, the State Patrol's Cessna flew from Olympia to Wenatchee, landed in Wenatchee around 1:30 this morning. But so far, I don't see any aircraft up and searching so far. We'll keep looking. Also, new information released. Autopsy results show the cause of death for all 3 girls was suffocation at the campsite 18 miles west of Leavenworth. Deputies say they also found Decker's blood at the scene, so he could have some sort of injury. They also found Decker's dog, they say, which is taken to the Humane Society. Now, Charlie, Amanda, if you drew a line from the crime scene, that campground west of Leavenworth to the search area this morning, it's about 15 miles, the way the crow flies. But, of course, there are several big jagged peaks in the Enchantments in between those areas. If they're hot on Decker's trail right now, basically he's done a C shape and gone back towards Leavenworth. Again, a lot of police activity along Highway 97. Day 11 in the manhunt. Perhaps today is the day.
Luke, thank you, and we will be on top of this and have Luke break into whatever we're talking about as we find out more about this search. It's 7:34.
And right now we need to get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we have our first real crash of the morning, and this one's on southbound I-405 as you work your way down through Totem Lake right at 124th. Have the right lane blocked, so as you finally get back up to speed, as you come up the hill towards 160th, you hit it again. And so we are looking at about an hour and 15-minute trip now from Everett into Bellevue, and now getting closer to an hour and a half from Everett into Seattle. That's about 15 minutes slower than you might have expected. Behind that, we're definitely seeing about 30 minutes between Arlington and Everett. Westbound 204 and 2 are pretty heavy getting over towards the trestle. Olympia to Tacoma, our good friend Barney, the chauffeur, telling me we've got heavy brake lights on northbound I-5 working your way up through DuPont into the south end of JBLM. About 40 minutes to get you up to Tacoma. And then it is a struggle up the 5 Hill towards 18, and then from Federal Way to Seattle is an hour and a half. So behind schedule there by about 10 minutes. 55 minutes to an hour from Puyallup to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue's at 45. The Lake Bridges are hanging in there, but we are definitely into a heavy Tuesday. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Just aren't enough guys named Barney anymore. I love that name.
It's a good one.
I love it. Okay. Well, in Seattle, it is 54 right now, headed for a high of 81 today, 75 our forecast high tomorrow. It's 7:35.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
8 years, billions of dollars, and Washington's test scores are still going down.
There's a new study from the Annie E. Casey Foundation which says the state now ranks 27th in education across the country. The Washington State Standard reports that is despite a major funding boost in 2017 after the McCleary court decision. Reading and math scores remain flat or worse. More than half of preschool-age kids in the state aren't in school. State leaders blame budget cuts and pandemic setbacks, but critics say the return on investment just isn't there.
2 people are now in custody for the killing of a Kent Meridian High School student last summer. KIRO 7 TV says the teen was found shot at Campus Park June 3rd of last year. Police say it took nearly a year of interviews and search warrants to crack this case. One suspect, a juvenile, was arrested in Federal Way last week. The second, an adult, arrested just days later in Auburn. Both are expected to be charged with murder and robbery.
Scary situation over the weekend at the Capitol Hill home of Seattle rapper Macklemore. His children and their nanny were home.
Police say 2 guys broke in through the back door, sprayed her with bear spray, and then stole watches, jewelry, and several pairs of shoes. They also snagged the nanny's phone. She said they had their faces covered. They were wearing gloves and tactical-looking vests.
Seattle police are looking for your help in identifying the thieves.
Well, the Seattle Kraken have introduced their new head coach, Lane Lambert.
The organization is first class all the way. The facilities, everything on down. I could see that right away, and I knew I wanted to be here.
The 60-year-old Lambert is now the Kraken's 3rd coach in franchise history. He did win a Stanley Cup with the Washington Capitals in 2018.
Okay, I got to tell you guys about something.
Yes.
So Sunday, I have this posted up on mynorthwest.com right now. And Amanda, I think you just tweeted it out.
I have, because it is amazing.
So on Sunday, I'm at the youth baseball game. My son plays on a travel team. And so there's a tournament happening in South Hill at the Heritage Rec Center. If you know that, it's a facility. They have 4 different ball fields. So there are 4 different ball games going on at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You have never seen anything like
it's
this.
It's true. I've watched so many baseball games in my life, and I've never seen this.
Yeah, you've never seen this in youth baseball, certainly not in pro or college or any kind of baseball. So our team, the Elevate 12U Hooks Richardson team, our player, Jazz Espinoza, is up at bat. Jazz hits a foul ball. Okay, so what happens when a foul ball starts going up in the air and arcing over into another field?
Everybody yells, heads!
Heads! Heads! We're all yelling heads because it's headed toward the adjacent ball field. So, at the same time, there's a kid named Lucien Vachon at the bat on the other ball field.
I still can't believe this.
Yeah. So, Lucien has a pitch being thrown to him by the pitcher from the other team. He's playing for Rock Creek 12U, by the way, Lucien is. And Lucien swings at the ball that is coming his way.
From the pitcher.
From the pitcher.
Yes.
He hits that ball. But he also hits at the very same time the ball that has traveled across from our game into his game.
It's incredible.
Lucien hit 2 balls at the same time from 2 different games.
One of them went fair. Did he get a hit out of it?
Yeah, he got a single. The ump is like, I ain't never seen that. And he rules it a single. Yeah. And the video, parents have amazing camera setups for Lucien's team. And they caught it in slow-mo.
Unbelievable.
You can see him hitting the 2 different balls at the same time. Again, I put it up on mynorthwest.com.
Yep.
We'll tweet it out and stuff like that. You've never seen anything like it.
Reminds me of Randy Johnson pegging that bird.
That's what
I would say even less likely was this to happen.
Oh, well, didn't someone come up with the odds of this happening?
Yeah, so Lucien's dad, Alex, cracked the numbers. He put it into AI with just the different parameters, the odds of this moving into another field, it being in the right spot, 1 in a trillion.
And if AI says it's got to be
It's got to be true.
It is amazing, though. Check it out.
Okay. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the slowing on southbound 405 because of a crash we have in Totem Lake, so we'll break it down for you next.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple of years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible from surgery to different drugs to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
7:43 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we are looking at a pretty heavy drive. I mean, we're looking at hour-and-a-half trips on some of our roads right now, which is about 10 minutes slower than normal. Put that in your banks. Think about that. Hour and a half is only 10 minutes slower than normal. But that's what we have coming down from the north end on I-5 because not only is it heavy bumper to bumper through Mount Lake Terrace, now it is from 85th down through Ravenna and across the Ship Canal Bridge. 405 is a little bit better at about an hour and 20 minutes. The good news is the crash we had in Totem Lake has cleared, so that's pretty positive. A little bit further up to the north, we're still struggling getting past 529 out of the Marysville area, but 30 minutes from Arlington to Everett's become quite normal these days. Federal Way to Seattle, hour and a half as well, with 45 to 50 of those minutes now from South Center into downtown. You're going to hit the brake lights right there at the beginning of Boeing Field, and you're going to be on those brakes all the way past the West Seattle Bridge. West Seattle Bridge also backed up in the eastbound direction all the way to the junction, so that's not pretty either. 509 northbound from 128th on up. Looking at 45 minutes now up 405 as you go from Renton on up into Bellevue. The Maple Valley Highway stuck behind that as well. Give yourself 40 minutes now out of Auburn, so that's at least 10 minutes slower than you might have expected, and an hour and 5 minutes all the way from Puyallup. It is just pretty ugly out there. Tiger Mountain, not bad by most days' standards. We're looking at the brake lights there in the usual place. Across the lake, starting to really see it now westbound on I-90 from Mercer Island and 520 right there in Montlake. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, quite a bit cooler for today. It's going to be lovely, mostly sunny and 81. Tomorrow cooling off to about 75 with a mix of sun and clouds, and then a mix of sun and clouds Thursday, Friday, Saturday with highs on either side of 70. Right now it is sunny and 58 degrees in Seattle.
We'll be back with more stories from Scott Carty as he is monitoring things at the news desk. Scott, what do you got for us?
Well, Charlie, we are continuing to monitor, along with Luke Ducey, the situation over in near Leavenworth, Peshaston, and we're starting to see some activity really start to bubble up. We're also trying to get in contact with Brooke Griffin from KIRO 7 TV, so we hope to have an update for you very, very soon.
Okay, thanks for that update. Coming up, we speak with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. It's 7:46 on Seattle's Morning News.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
It's all too common of an occurrence. You need some work done on your home, so you call 3 contractors. Someone didn't even show up to provide an estimate. Another gave you a quote that changed twice. So you settle on the third, who left behind a mess you're still trying to clean up. At Valentine Roofing, we know you don't just want someone to complete your job. You deserve the one, because it's your home and you want it done right. Skip the headaches. Valentine Roofing is the one. At Valentine, we take pride in what we call the Valentine experience. It's 3 simple principles we focus on every day: seamless communication, meticulous cleanup, and going the extra mile. So next time you need work done on your home's exterior, remember who the one is. Valentine Roofing is the one who provides hassle-free estimates within about an hour of our arrival. We're the one who stands behind our work with a lifetime warranty, and we're the one who truly cares about your Valentine experience. So for all your roofing, siding, and gutter needs, schedule your free estimate today with the one, Valentine Roofing, by calling us at 206 Roofing.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. Greg, people often think about the financial obligations when they owe money to the IRS, and it's crushing them, but it's also crushing their spirit.
You know, it does. And folks, look, I know when you are in a place where you're owing money or you know you haven't filed, it starts building that emotional pressure on you.
And I imagine for a lot of folks, the fear of getting called at work or having other people find out about what they owe is just adding to the stress.
Everything, I think, adds to the stress. And I just want everyone to know, too, that we're non-judgmental. And the most difficult thing you might have is picking up that phone and calling for someone to help you.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
Because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net. This is the time to plan ahead so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it. Get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Call for details. Dayandnight.net.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
It's Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to break down the big national stories of the week.
David, good morning.
Good morning.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he is purging the CDC's influential panel of outside vaccine advisors. Thoughts?
This is one more effort by RFK to change the way that vaccines are governed and distributed in the U.S. He obviously has campaigned for years on the discredited idea that vaccines cause autism, and you talked for many years about the dangers of vaccines. So this panel, although it's an advisory panel, doesn't sound that important. It actually is really influential in deciding what formulas are recommended for vaccines, what specific strains of a virus the flu vaccine covers or things like that, and recommending who gets vaccines. So if he's going to get rid of all of them and replace them with people presumably who think more like he does, that could potentially change pretty drastically the way that we get vaccines in the future. So we're all focused on what's happening in Los Angeles, and rightly so, but that kind of change could have much more far-reaching effects for public health in the U.S.
Speaking of focus, it was all anyone could talk about on Friday was the dust-up between Elon Musk and President Trump. Barely a blip now. Where are things with that? It sounds almost conciliatory between the two in the limited coverage I heard yesterday.
Yeah, Musk has sort of deleted some of the posts that he'd had criticizing Trump. Instead, is really focused on criticizing an enemy the two of them have in common, which is these protesters in California. Musk has a lot to lose in this confrontation. He has a lot to lose. Remember, he alienated most of his previous fans and became such a close ally of Trump, and now the ally alienates Trump. That's two big chunks of your customers you've lost. And also, he depends pretty heavily on federal contracts for space launches and a variety of other things. So he has a lot to lose in a confrontation with Trump. And also, I think Trump has a lot to lose in confrontation with Musk if Musk is going to continue savaging the bill that Trump's trying to get across the finish line. So the two of them, are very impetuous people, and it seems like they got it all out of their system on Friday, and now maybe are with a little more distance realizing it's not helping either one of them to fight like that.
Does Trump have another first buddy waiting in the wings?
He didn't have a first buddy for any of the first term, and I don't think he will in this term. It's not like him to share the stage, to share power the way that he did with Elon Musk. And I think it was only because Musk is so wealthy and because Musk put such a big role in getting Trump elected. So, no, I don't see anybody assuming that role, which was such a rare moment where he shared the spotlight with anyone.
And lastly, David, you mentioned it. The big, beautiful bill is now in the Senate. Where do things stand with that?
It seems like the Senate's in negotiations with the White House and the House of Representatives to try to figure out what elements of the House bill will be in the Senate bill. There's a lot of noise on Capitol Hill from Republicans about how the bill adds so much to the deficit and doesn't cut enough from federal spending. I still remain very skeptical that in the end, any of these conservatives are going to stand up to Trump and block this bill. So I think the bill will change, probably will get less explosive to the deficit while it's in the Senate. But I still think something's going to get passed. And these conservatives, it's a lot of noise before they fold.
We shall see, David. Thanks. We appreciate your time on Tuesdays. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Thank you.
Facebook parent company Meta is getting ready to unveil a new artificial intelligence research lab dedicated to pursuing what it's calling superintelligence. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has details.
Right now, tech giants are still trying to perfect artificial general intelligence, an AI that can do anything the human brain can do. Superintelligence would be an AI system that exceeds the powers of the human brain. Meta is trying to keep up in the AI race, but has had some employee turnover and unsuccessful product releases. So it's shelling out billions of dollars to lure top AI researchers away from other AI giants, including the founder and CEO of the AI startup Scale AI, Alexander Wang. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
It's now 7:53. And that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we are pushing towards our second peak of the morning, approaching 8 a.m., and we are bursting at the seams, especially in a couple of drives, and there are primary ones. I mean, you're looking at close to an hour and a half now from Federal Way to Seattle, about 15 minutes slower than you might expect. It is bumper to bumper up past the Kent Des Moines Road before you break free, and then you're free in freeway speed to about you hit the top end of the Duwamish curve right there before you get to the Boeing Access Road. And then from there on in, it's going to be looking at that person's bumper in front of you all the way into downtown. So not a pretty drive there. Valley Freeway still well over an hour drive with 40 of those minutes from Auburn. It doesn't get up over 40 very often without a crash, and today it has. It's bumper to bumper up past Emerald Downs, and really, you don't really get off the brakes very significantly all the way up. And then Renton to Bellevue's at 45 minutes. Coming down from the north end, we're getting better in Marysville, which is great, but we're getting worse a little bit further to the south. You hit the brakes around 128th in South Everett, and you're on them bumper to bumper away from Linwood all the way through Mount Lake Terrace and down through Canyon Park. I-5 also has more as you work your way through Ravenna across the Ship Canal Bridge. So an hour and a half from Everett to Seattle, about an hour and 20 from Everett to Bellevue. So not exactly great drives there. Across the lake, still more yellow than red, but westbound 90 bumper to bumper at times getting across Mercer Island. 520 is jammed up there in Montlake, but that's not surprising. Overall, about 25 minutes or less to make the trip there. The drive across Tiger Mountain, not bad. I mean, we're looking at the normal stuff from the west slope all the way down towards Raging River. Eastbound 16 now into the Act as you work your way past the Cheney Stadium area. 40 minutes plus from Olympia to Tacoma. So, all in all, we're struggling. I wish I had a better answer for you guys, but it's just what, the Tuesday drive that we've gotten used to. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Well, at least it won't be as hot today as it has been the past couple of days.
Good.
Only 81 for a high.
Be nice.
Yeah, that's tolerable. Overnight lows will be in the 50s, mid-70s tomorrow, and lower 70s, maybe even upper 60s with clouds by the weekend. Right now it's 54 in Seattle.
Coming up this morning, it appears the search for Travis Decker is definitely narrowing this morning. We're going to have the very latest from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey coming up.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to do it, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafdbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Worried about your aging parents' bathroom? You can convert that old tub into a walk-in shower with Bathfitter. Custom fit, installed in just one day with 0% interest for 24 months. Call Bathfitter now or visit BathfitterNW.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump used social media to defend his deployment of 700 Marines and the National Guard in Los Angeles, saying without the moves, the city would be, quote, burning to the ground. And Defense Secretary Hegseth tells Congress
ICE agents should be allowed to be safe in doing their operations, and we have deployed National Guard and the Marines to protect them in the execution of their duties, because we ought to be able to enforce immigration law in this country.
Well, CBS's Elise Preston says L.A. has gone through 4 days of protests over immigration raids and deportations.
We have not seen those additional troops come in just yet, and we are right outside this federal building behind me, and traffic is flowing. It's a very different scene than it was yesterday. It seems like this downtown L.A. portion has kind of opened up, and the law enforcement presence has shrank significantly.
Police in Graz, Austria, say a former student opened fire at a school, killing 9 people. The 21-year-old gunman also died at the scene. CBS's Holly Williams is at the foreign desk.
One video from the scene appears to show an injured person being taken to a waiting helicopter, while another video, which we cannot independently verify at this point, appears to show a classroom where gunshots can be heard.
Israel says it has deported activist Greta Thunberg a day after the Gaza-bound ship she was on was seized by the Israeli military.
They did an illegal act by kidnapping us on international waters and against our will.
And deaths are reported after drones opened fire on people trying to steal aid from a convoy in Gaza. The BBC's Hugo Bachega is in Jerusalem.
Israeli forces opened fire, according to witnesses, as people trying to steal flour from an aid convoy. The Israeli military said it was investigating this incident. And a separate shooting happened near an aid distribution hub of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This is the new mechanism for aid distribution backed by Israel and the United States.
Well, back here at home, as we hear from CBS's Michael Wallace, a new analysis looks at the increasing challenges for first-time home buyers.
The National Association of Realtors says 24% of home sales last year were by first-time home buyers, down from 50% in 2010.
And if they can get in, they're doing so with inheritance. They're doing so with mom and dad's money.
Jessica Lautz is the association's deputy chief economist.
Their age is the highest we've ever seen. They're nearly 40.
Younger Americans are struggling with inflation, student loan payments, and a lack of affordable homes.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 46. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
8:03 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads.
If you're leaving Federal Way at this particular moment, you're not going to make it to Seattle until 9:30. Got an hour and a half drive for you as you make your way not only bumper to bumper up through the Kent-Des Moines Road before that gap. It's 45 to 50 minutes just from South Center, so those last couple of miles are going to be that struggle you're used to. 509-99 also backed up in the northbound direction. Not exactly the greatest of drives there. Looking at the Valley Freeway, it's improving a little bit out of Auburn, but now we're hitting the brakes well before Pacific, so it's still well over an hour to make it from Puyallup to Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue is getting closer to an hour as well. That's about 15 minutes slower than it should be. Bumper to bumper up past 44th, little gap, and then you hit it again over the top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Across the lake, we're looking at 25 to 30 minutes to go from Bellevue to Seattle. 520 at this point, also backed up through Montlake. Coming down from the north end, hour and a half trip as well from Everett to Seattle. Little gap after Shoreline, but boy, from Northgate on down, it's going to be a struggle. I-405 is a little bit better from Bothell down through Bellevue, but overall, we've got about an hour and 15-minute trip there. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, and more. Go to closetsbydesign.com or call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
8:04 Tuesday, June 10th. I'm Charlie Harger along with Manda Factor, and this is Seattle's Morning News.
And developing this morning, search teams could be close to finding Travis Decker, the father at the center of a massive manhunt near Leavenworth.
Right now, they're pinpointing their search on a specific area of Chelan County, and moments ago, search helicopters were seen headed to the scene. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest. Luke?
Yeah, Charlie, and you can look at my computer screen here right now. You know, we are tracking two King County Sheriff's helicopters moving into that area of the search search. They flew in from Renton just now this morning. This is an intensive search underway right now in the Ingalls Creek area along Highway 97 near Peshastin, just 10 miles south of Leavenworth. Deputies are telling people who live in that area, lock your doors immediately and take precautions. If you see something, call 911 right away. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin from just a little bit ago this morning.
We saw 3 different guys put on tactical vests and a helmet and grab big rifle-style guns and then went into Ingalls Creek. I have seen so many different types of law enforcement running up and down 97 already this morning. We even driving in from Seattle early this morning, we saw several deputies posted up on the side of the road as far as even 25 miles out.
So federal agents have now taken over the search for Decker, and from what I've seen all day yesterday morning and then into the afternoon, they had those 2 search helicopters we're tracking right now circling above the encampments and then down into the valley just south that leads into Ingalls Creek. And they were there for hours yesterday. Again, a heavy local police presence there now, including law enforcement from other areas in western Washington, Snohomish County, Everett. There are state troopers there, calling in extra deputies to take up positions in that area. There are also, there's new information being released in the investigation side of things. Autopsy results show the cause of death for all 3 girls now was suffocation at that campsite 18 miles west of Leavenworth. Deputies also say they found Decker's blood at the scene, so he could have some sort of injury as well. You know, Charlie and Amanda, if you drew a line from the crime scene to the search area this morning, it's about 15 miles in a straight line. But, of course, there are several big, jagged peaks of the encampments in between. If they are hot on Decker's trail right now and they followed him through the encampments, he's basically done a huge kind of C-shaped path from west of Leavenworth, then back down and around to just south of Leavenworth. Day 11 is where we are on the manhunt. Perhaps today is the day.
And Luke, looking at that flight pattern, I mean, that is basically a straight line, and they are hauling tail from King County with those helicopters to that scene.
Going really fast, measures something like 130 knots in a straight line to get there really quickly this morning.
All right. Thank you for that update.
It's 8:07. A wildfire moved quickly yesterday just east of Cle Elum. The Red Bridge fire is still active, and KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibow has 3 key points.
They've been able to hold this at 50 acres, and they've also been able to stop the forward progress of this fire, and they do believe it is human-caused.
About 60 firefighters remained on the scene overnight.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
What I love about the YouTube live feed, also on mynorthwest.com, but you watch when we have the microphones off, and it's a wide shot of the studio, and you see Sully. He gets a look in his eyes, and he starts to rock out to the song.
Yep.
And then producer David, he just starts bobbing along.
Yep, and it just kind of goes on down the line.
By the way, 35 watching right now.
Oh.
So we
Good morning,
better
all.
be minding our P's and Q's. Be sure to hit like and subscribe. We're supposed to say that with a YouTube, right?
Yes.
Hit like and subscribe, kids.
Yes.
Makes us sound really young.
Yeah.
Smash that like button.
I can't fool anyone.
I wonder how many of them are doing this for the first time.
Feels like the first time for sure.
Oh, I see what you did there. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Sully's keeping an eye on the roads for us. He's Charlie. I'm Manda.
These are good names so far. We're on top of it. Producer David is here. Scott Carty is at the news desk this morning, and we have Nick Krasha picking the tunes for us. Nick, do you get like a little dose of satisfaction when you see them rocking out to your song?
Yeah. That's my goal every time picking a new song is getting Sully fired up.
Okay, all right.
Well done. Sully, you have a choke point coming up, too.
Yeah, I do. We're going to talk about, I teased it yesterday. Big news for people driving on westbound I-90 out of Issaquah.
You made us wait an entire day.
Yeah, and I'm not going to tell you for another 6 minutes.
Oh, you tease. G. Scott will also stop by. A new study shows Seattle is one of the most male-skewed cities in the United States. G will explain what that means coming up.
It's 8:09. Several hundred members of the Service Employees International Union marched on City Hall yesterday, and we get the details from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Seattle's labor community protested the arrest of their California union president over the weekend in Los Angeles. ICE interrupted the protest there, and the National Guard was called out. Union members like Sylvia Liang fear the same thing could happen here in Seattle.
As an immigrant, I feel I'm being targeted, and
After what I'm watching, you bet I'm scared.
Other than snarling traffic briefly, there were no problems during the protest. In Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Local immigration and customs enforcement officials say media leaks are putting agents in danger. ICE Seattle Field Office Director Camilla Walmsley tells the Jason Rantz Show on KTTH they let local police know when they are targeting criminal illegal immigrants. But she says there have been leaks to the media in the Seattle and Spokane areas.
In some instances, we're delaying that notification until right around the time that we're out in the field, so that there's little to no lead time for our locations to be leaked.
And we have reached out to Seattle and Spokane police for comment.
A man accused of ramming his truck into immigration agents is now in federal custody. The U.S. Attorney's Office says Victor Vivanco Reyes is charged with assaulting federal officers. He's a Mexican citizen living illegally in Stanwood. Agents with Homeland Security Investigations and Border Patrol tried to arrest him twice. The first time, he sped off in his car and agents called off the chase. The second time, they say he hit two government vehicles on Camano Island. Two immigration agents were hurt and taken to the hospital. They say Vivanco Reyes ran, but officers caught him. He now faces up to 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Next court hearing is set for June 13th.
Seattle Kraken have a new coach at the helm. KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty with more.
We are extremely excited to announce today Lane Lambert as the new head coach of the Seattle Kraken. Congratulations.
General Manager Jason Botter will introduce Lane Lambert as the third coach for the Kraken.
Ecstatic to be here, obviously. It's a thrilling day for myself and my family.
Lambert's resume includes Nashville and the other Washington, and he is looking forward.
And being a head coach in the National Hockey League is an honor.
Training camp for the Kraken starts September. Coach Lambert says,
first of all, Jess will be back.
Assistant Jessica Campbell will stay on staff. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
You guys, Lane Lambert is one of the great superhero names. I am not convinced that by night he goes out and fights crime in the streets of Seattle. Lane Lambert would do that.
Pretty sure producer David asked you not to do that.
We weren't going to let Charlie do the story, but he jumped way ahead just so we could get to it.
Now, here's the thing,
man.
You heard the story we had last hour about Facebook developing super intelligence?
Yes.
What if that is his arch enemy? Lane Lambert's arch enemy, super intelligent AI. And he is the one who stands in the breach protecting us.
The script just writes itself,
It
doesn't
really
it?
does. It really does.
It's 8:12. Let's talk about the weather, shall we? It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, and here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Well, it's all about the sunshine today still, but it will be a lot cooler. In fact, it already is. We're significantly cooler compared to 24 hours ago with temperatures that are anywhere when I first came in from the 40s and 50s and anywhere from like 8 to 10, 15, 16, 17 degrees cooler than 24 hours ago. Now, it's still going to be warm to hot. The high today would be about 81 to 82, and it's not far off from the record. But that's cooler than yesterday's 87 and cooler than the day before's 90. So it is going to be sunshine. It is absolutely going to be a beautiful day, just not as hot. So about the upper 70s and lower 80s. Tomorrow, I think we're going to be right around the mid 70s. You have widespread areas of low clouds, then sunshine, and you'll have a lot of low clouds on Thursday to the point where you might even have some drizzle with temperatures staying in the upper 60s and lower 70s. And we hold there through the weekend, right around seasonal temperatures, some morning clouds. Partly to mostly sunny for the afternoon. The weekend looks really nice. Not fully sunny, not overcast, just kind of in between, and temperatures right where they're supposed to be.
And right now in Seattle, it is sunny and 59.
Time to head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. We check it every 10 minutes on the threes with Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to struggle across the board today. It's one of those typical Tuesdays where we have everybody heading to the office today. And so we're pretty well packed in. Up the Valley Freeway, we're looking at well over an hour from Puyallup up to Renton. The brake lights begin in Pacific and go really hard all the way up past the Emerald Downs area. And then from about 212th and Kent on in, it's going to be off and on braking until you hit it again at 180th. And then Renton to Bellevue is running close to an hour. Those S-curves are just living up to their name today, being brutal. All the way up past 44th, little gap, and then you hit it again over the top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Speaking of 90, we've got about a 30-minute trip from Bellevue to Seattle now, westbound on I-90. Brake lights on the western tip of Mercer Island all the way across the water. 520's not as bad, maybe 25 minutes. The brake lights there are through Montlake. Northbound I-5, hour and a half even though there's a gap in the middle. 50 minutes alone just from the South Center area. Coming down from the north end, an hour and 40 minutes now from Everett into Seattle. The gap in the middle is getting very, very small between Shoreline and Northgate. 405 is not quite as bad. It's about an hour and 20 minutes there. There are also heavy brake lights up by 128th as you come down out of South Everett. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday. With direct deposit, you can learn more at globalcu.org.
It's now 8:15, and that's time to check in once again with KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty.
A big night in Los Angeles last night, not what you're thinking. Near all of the protests and riots, the BET Awards actually went underway, the 25th anniversary of that, and very, very close to where all the action was happening. Jamie Foxx, Mariah Carey, Snoop Dogg, and Kirk Franklin all received the Ultimate Icon Award, or I guess I should say awards. And Doechii made her appearance. She also was a big winner, and she used the stage to make a statement against the protests.
And I want y'all to consider what kind of government it appears to be when every time we exercise our democratic right to protest, the military is deployed against us.
Kendrick Lamar, who was recently in Seattle, was also there, a big winner, and made a surprise appearance because he's been touring so much. I didn't think the guy could actually sit still.
I've been flipping through the pictures. There was a lot of high fashion at the show last night.
There was some very fancy clothing.
Yeah.
They didn't do any Costco clothes shopping like Sully and me.
No.
Okay.
And me.
Okay, and Scott. You're always welcome. Maybe you should...
Brand new yesterday.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Very, very
School
nice.
pictures today, Charlie.
All right, it's 8:16.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right, Sully. Exciting news for drivers stuck in the daily backups on westbound I-90 into Bellevue. Now, finally, after an entire day, we know what you're talking about in your choke point.
Yep, the HOV lane that has been gone for over a year is going to reopen, and it's going to reopen Friday morning. So the grind that you've been dealing with out of Issaquah every morning and heading back into town on weekends, ever since the Sunset Creek Fish Passage project started early last year, that's going to be over. Because if you remember, I'm going to set the stage here to make room to build several new bridges and create a new large work zone. WashDOT had to close the HOV lanes in both directions in Factoria. They just needed the room. But Friday morning, the westbound HOV lane in the area will reopen, ending that day-long or that daily backup. Reopening 7 months ahead of schedule, which is actually pretty cool. Project manager Seth Belknap says WashDOT wanted to minimize the impact to drivers.
We'd like to get the traffic impacts taken care of so that we can work offline and, off of the road, whether it be underneath or to the side.
The HOV ramp from 142nd will also reopen. That will give cars and buses direct access again to the Bellevue Park and Ride and then to westbound I-90. So that's a really positive situation. The eastbound HOV lane, though, won't open until next year.
We're looking sometime early 2026 to open the eastbound side. Work will continue underneath the bridges as we work down towards the stream elevation. And we're on schedule to be completed with this project completely by end of 2026, early 2027.
But this great news comes with a lot of overnight pain for drivers the rest of this week. To move the barriers and restripe the freeway, WashDOT will close up to 3 lanes in the westbound direction of I-90 from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. nightly, basically through Thursday. So you should also expect some ramp closures during these overnight closures as well. Sunset Fish Creek project is one of the most ambitious in the state so far. Contractors digging down more than 70 feet under I-90 to access the creek there. But for our good friend Kyle, who deals with this every day and asks me when it's going to happen, that westbound HOV lane will be open Friday and that backup will disappear, which is great news.
So with all this fish passage work that is being done by transportation crews across the state, any indicator when they'll be finished with this work?
I think that's a no.
Well, they were supposed to have 80% of it done under the court order by 2030. It's not going to happen. They're going to miss that deadline. So the chances are, I mean, this is going to extend further and further, so much so that they're in mediation right now, the tribes in the state of Washington, to set the stage for those who are hearing about fish passage work for the first time. The tribes in the state sued to get their fishing grounds back after they were paved over. And so we are under a court order, we being the state, to remove those barriers and allow the fish habitat to kind of go back to normal. And they're doing what they can, but they're going to miss that deadline for 80% by 2030. And they're trying to figure out what they can do now to maybe stay under the umbrella of, the rule of law there under the court order, and then the spirit of the law. So they're in mediation. We'll see what happens. But this is a long-term project, and the further they go into this, the less bang for the buck they get, because they opened up the big stuff first, and so now they're opening up smaller little creeks and things along the way. So they get less, but it costs more. I mean, we're looking at $8 billion, $10 billion total to get all this work done, and 5 of that has been spent already.
Wow. Okay. Expensive work. Sully, thank you for following that.
Yep.
Well, light rail service to Redmond started just a month ago, and it's already having problems. Service has been shut down from Overlake Village in Bellevue to downtown Redmond until inspections can be completed. Seattle Times reports Sound Transit is dealing with a power issue. Buses will ferry people around the closure. Trains will still run between the Overlake and South Bellevue stations.
Well, the month of June certainly is the start of wildfire season in our state. Department of Natural Resources officials warn of a very active season.
We're probably going to see significant fire potential in that above normal range for the eastern side of the state, specifically the Columbia Basin, as we move through June.
KIRO 7 TV spoke with the DNR. 90% of wildfires in Washington are caused by humans.
Nearly 2 million eggs are being recalled due to salmonella contamination that has sickened dozens. Local food safety attorney Bill Marler spoke to KIRO 7 TV.
The CDC estimates that for every one person sick, there's about 40 other people who are also sick from eating the product, but they didn't seek medical attention or there wasn't a culture done. So this outbreak really frankly is a lot larger than 79 people. It's probably 40 times that size.
The contaminated eggs were distributed February 3rd to May 6th from August Egg Company in California, and they were sold at Walmart stores.
A Northwest music legend is getting a proper send-off this weekend.
Oh, my stars. My stars.
Folk musician Michael Hurley died in April at the age of 83. He lived near Astoria, Oregon, and played small shows in Portland and here in Seattle. Might not know his name, but local artists sure do. According to the Seattle Times, Ben Gibbard from Death Cab for Cutie and others are honoring him. They'll perform his songs at the Tractor Tavern in Ballard on Saturday. The show is called Oh My Stars, the music of Michael Hurley.
You can really hear a Death Cab tune
Ben's
to
gonna
that.
Nail that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, it's 8:23, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now, where Sully is keeping an eye on the roads.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy to keep an eye on the roads because they're not moving. Well, at least the roads never do, but the things on top of them are not moving. I guess I should clarify, if those of you who are not familiar with how cars work, or buses.
Anywho.
Sorry, I'm just trying to give you guys a little bit of a break, because, oh man, I mean, when it gets up to an hour and 40 minutes to make a commute, that's not pleasant. And it's not with any crashes in the way, but that's what you're dealing with coming down from Everett into Seattle. Bumper to bumper from about 128 all the way down past Mount Lake Terrace, just a little bit of a gap, and then from about Northgate all the way across the Ship Canal Bridge. It is a struggle. And then 405, off and on, really heavy all the way down through Totem Lake before easing off through Kirkland. About an hour and 20 minutes there, so 20 minutes better on I-5. Northbound I-5, Federal Way to Seattle, still an hour and a half as well. 50 of those minutes now from South Center, so that is not pleasant. 509, 99, also pretty heavy. West Seattle Bridge, eastbound, is bumper to bumper all the way from the junction all the way across to I-5. The Lake Bridges back under 30 minutes for I-90, but still, and I'm looking at that back up through Eastgate, and and I know all those people there coming up for Westlake Sammamish Parkway. So happy to get that HOV lane back on Friday morning because that'll really help things out for them. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, back under an hour, but not by much, 50 minutes. And then the Valley Freeway is trying to thin out, especially through Pierce County. Give yourself just under an hour to make that drive. So we're getting there a little bit. South End starting to get there as people have moved north, but we still have a really, really rough drive for everyone. This report brought to you by the Office of Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. Stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors, known as SHIBA. Learn more by searching online at Washington State Medicare Fraud.
It's going to be a nice day, mostly sunny, a little warm. It'll be 81 today. Cooling off tomorrow to the mid-70s as we'll see a few more clouds roll in. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, scattered clouds, but peaks of sunshine too, and highs around 70 through Saturday. Right now in Seattle, sunny and 60.
And coming up, the manhunt is intensifying for Travis Decker. What we are learning coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
You listen to Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio App.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. We continue to follow developing news. Search teams could be getting close to finding Travis Decker, the father at the center of a massive manhunt near Leavenworth.
And within the last half hour, 2 search helicopters flew to the area where they are pinpointing their search in Chelan County. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest. Luke?
Yeah, we've been tracking those 2 King County Sheriff's helicopters just flew into the area from Renton. Earlier this morning as well, a State Patrol Cessna flew from Olympia to Wenatchee, landed in Wenatchee around 1:30 this morning, ready to go. This is an intensive search going on right now in the Ingalls Creek area along Highway 97. That's near Peshastin, just 10 miles south of Leavenworth. Deputies are telling people who live in that area, lock your doors immediately and take precautions. Also, earlier this morning, as soon as the sun came up, armed agents, armed with machine guns, body armor, Kevlar helmets, walked into the woods down a trail in that area. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin from the scene.
As soon as it got just light out enough, they did send those crews in to that wooded area that they said, again, the Ingalls Creek and Valley High area. I have seen so many different types of law enforcement running up and down 97 already this morning, seemingly creating a perimeter of some sort around this area.
There is a sense of urgency in that area. Yesterday, federal agents took over the search for Decker. All morning and all day yesterday, they had those 2 search helicopters circling above the encampments and then down into the valley just south that leads into the Ingalls Creek area. And they were there for hours circling around. Again, a heavy local police presence there now, including law enforcement from areas all over Western Washington, Snohomish County, Everett, state troopers, calling in extra deputies right now to take up positions all along Highway 97. There's also been new information released in the investigation side of things. Autopsy results released yesterday show the cause of death for all 3 girls was suffocation at that campsite 18 miles west of Leavenworth. And deputies say they also found Decker's blood at the scene on his abandoned truck, so it could have some sort of injury. Charlie and Amanda, if you drew a line from the crime scene to the search area this morning, it's about 15 miles. But, of course, the encampments are in the way of that straight line. Huge, jagged peaks, alpine lakes, a massive area, really rugged. If they are hot on the trail right now, he's basically done a huge C-shaped path. Day 11 in the manhunt. Again, it seems like there's a sense of urgency going on right now, a heavy police presence, and perhaps they're closer than what we might think.
Thanks for that update, Luke. The Red Bridge fire just east of Cle Elum is contained this morning, but it burned 50 acres. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha.
There are still some embers burning up there, and this is about maybe 300 yards from Route 970, so very close to the roadway.
Homes had to be evacuated yesterday. Authorities believe the fire was human-caused.
Let's check the roads. We do that every 10 minutes for you, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Slowly but surely picking up the pace in some areas, but not quite in everywhere else. Like, for instance, if you're coming up the drive from Federal Way to Seattle, we've actually picked up 5 minutes. We're back under an hour and a half to make it from Federal Way to Seattle, but still 50 minutes to deal with as you go up past the Boeing Field area into downtown. So big time delays there. The eastbound West Seattle Bridge also caught up in this. It's back-to-back, bumper to bumper, I should say, back to the junction. We've also picked up the pace on northbound 405. We're back under an hour, probably closer to 50 minutes now. So that's about average. There are brake lights in the usual suspect locations, especially over the top of I-90. Speaking of I-90, it is struggling westbound across Mercer Island. You're going to need about 30 minutes there. 25 on 520. Coming down from the north end, still about an hour and a half from Everett to Seattle, and about an hour and 25 from Everett to Bellevue. 405 is bumper to bumper all the way down now through Totem Lake from Linwood, so a little bit further than normal. I-5 has got a break through Shoreline before you really hit it again across the Ship Canal Bridge. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
We're expecting highs in the low 80s today. 81 the forecast high for Seattle. Tomorrow, mid-70s with afternoon clouds. Upper 60s the next couple of days after that. Right now in Seattle, 55 at 8:35.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, Seattle police say 2 masked men broke into Macklemore's Capitol Hill home early Saturday while his 3 children were inside. We get more on this from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Police tell the Seattle Times the men sprayed Macklemore's nanny with bear spray and stole thousands of dollars worth of jewelry and shoes before pushing her down and taking her phone. The nanny reportedly bit one of the men and got out and got to a neighbor's house to call 911. Both men wore tactical-style vests and gloves, but the nanny told police she didn't see any weapons. The children were not hurt. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he is purging the CDC's influential panel of outside vaccine advisors. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder fears trust in public health will take a hit.
Firing the ACIP members en masse undermines continuity and scientific oversight of the process. He's framing this as being neutral, but in fact, it may ultimately silence medical experts and replace them with voices more aligned with his vaccine skeptical views.
Democratic Congresswoman Kim Schreier from Washington's 8th District, who's a pediatrician, is condemning the move. She released a statement calling it a direct attack on science and a threat to public health.
The union representing Pierce County Sheriff's Office's rank-and-file employees overwhelmingly rejected County Executive Ryan Mello's latest contract proposal. Union President Sean Darby tells the Jason Ranch Show on KTTH the vote was 290 to 1.
He's losing his sheriff's office. He's losing his members of the sheriff's office, and therefore he's going to lose public trust, lose public safety.
Mello's contract features a pay raise of 10% over the next 3 years. Pierce County released a statement that reads in part, quote, "The proposal the Guild members voted on included significant pay increases and robust benefits that are both competitive and sustainable. We believe it reflects the critical work of our law enforcement professionals while also meeting our responsibility to the residents of Pierce County."
A Portland State University professor is on leave after making a controversial statement in a video. K2 TV in Portland reports the professor was recorded saying, "I am Hamas. We are all Hamas." University says the video was taken at an off-campus event. President Ann Cudd called the comments absolutely unacceptable. She says PSU stands firmly against anti-Semitism, terrorism, and hate of any kind. School is now investigating and says it's committed to a safe, inclusive campus.
A controversial gun part is under fire from state leaders, including here in Washington. It's called a forced reset trigger. It lets semi-automatic guns shoot almost like automatics. Attorney General Nick Brown says that's a big problem. He's joining other states to block these devices from being sold. According to the News Tribune, they argue the parts are illegal under federal law, and they say they pose a serious threat to public safety.
Seattle's mayor wants more power to shut down problem nightclubs. Center Square reports Bruce Harrell is proposing changes to the city's nuisance law. It would include liquor violations and off-property disturbances. It means clubs could be flagged even if the trouble happens outside. The move follows a spike in nightlife-linked shootings across the city. The proposal heads to the Public Safety Committee later this month.
A former state worker admits to stealing nearly $900,000 in taxpayer money. The U.S. Attorney's Office says Matthew Ping from Olympia pleaded guilty in federal court. He used his job managing credit cards to funnel money into fake accounts. Ping worked for the Washington State Office of Administrative Hearings. Between 2019 and 2023, he made more than 200 fake transactions. He even bought personal items from Verizon and Walmart. Ping also failed to report the stolen money on his taxes. He'll be sentenced in September and has agreed to pay it all back.
Well, traffic is on the way. And Sully, what's the hot spot?
It is still definitely the southbound I-5 drive as you make your way away from Linwood, so we'll break it down for you next.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio. Download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Motorcycle accident cases require a thorough investigation by a team of experienced legal professionals if they have any chance of being successful. Insurance companies, juries, and even the police tend to assume the worst about motorcycle riders. Get help from an experienced team of attorneys that have successfully resolved hundreds of motorcycle accident cases over the past 30 years. Call Davis Law Group for a free legal consultation or get my free book on motorcycle accidents at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys, a family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
8:43 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Well, our commute still has a stranglehold on our drivers at this point. It's really causing a lot of braking coming down out of the north end. We're looking at still about an hour and a half trip from Everett to Seattle, and now an hour and a half from Everett to Bellevue as the brake lights through the Canyon Park area extend all the way down into Totem Lake and into the north end of Kirkland. So not exactly a pleasant drive, but it's trying to get better from the further north area, from Arlington to Marysville to Everett. It's not bad, so we're getting there. It's just going to take a little bit more time. Westbound I-90 now is really slow, trying to get across Mercer Island, across the lake, and into downtown. We've got about 35 minutes now from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. That's plus 10. About 25 on the 520 corridor. It's really heavy through Montlake, but that's nothing unusual. Northbound I-5, trying to get better north of the 320th corridor up towards the Kent-Des Moines Road. We've got ourselves about an hour and 20-minute trip with 50 of those minutes from South Center, so still not exactly the greatest of drives. Renton to Bellevue back under 50, so we're getting there. And the Valley Freeway definitely getting a gold star now for improvement. Back under 50 minutes to make it from end to end, but not by much, but I'll take the positivity where we can get it. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get whole house cooling and heating from one ultra-efficient new heat pump. Save up to $6,000. Take 18 months to pay. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Well, if it was too hot for you yesterday, today will be much better. About 81 in the sunshine. For tomorrow, we'll cool off to the mid-70s with some clouds rolling in. And then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, mix of clouds and sunshine and highs around 70. Right now in Seattle, sunshine and 60.
It's 8:45, and Scott Carty joins us from the news desk.
Charlie, grab your tassels because it's graduation season, okay?
Oh.
Yeah. Traffic heads up for everybody who's going to be in the University of Washington area near Husky Stadium. Saturday is the big University of Washington graduation beginning at 1:30 p.m. So that one lingers. There are about 7,400 graduates. So by my math, times 5.
Is that how many tickets you get?
Well, I don't know, but I think it's wide open. But, you're going to bring everybody and anybody you can. So that's 37,000 people. Yeah, so that's going to be a lot. So heads up on that.
People.
Saturday, 1:30. Also, for all of the graduations that are happening at Memorial Stadium for Seattle Public Schools, there will be security in place. Everybody needs to go through metal detectors. So that is something that you have to do, give some extra time for. I hate to break it to you. I don't want to be the downer, kids. But balloons, poppets, and confetti devices are not allowed.
Darn it.
Screaming by your uncle, your awkward uncle is. That's totally fine.
All right.
But the other stuff, you got to keep it in there. And you can't have any in and out privileges. Once you're in, you are stuck for all 12 and a half rounds of pomp and circumstance.
I'll be at a graduation at Western.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Maybe I'll smuggle in one of my noisemakers, though. Remember those I brought in?
I don't want to remember
Charlie,
them.
these are bad ideas to state publicly.
Oh, okay. I'd have to be going to a graduation, though, right?
Yes.
By the way, anybody coming from Renton?
Yeah.
Good luck getting to Husky Stadium on Saturday.
Why?
Oh, that's right.
I'll tell you on Thursday. But 405 northbound is going to be closed all weekend.
Oh, that's right.
Always the bearer of good news. Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Scott.
Mr. Sunshine.
G. Scott on the way next year on Seattle's Morning News.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Concur Technologies seeks developer at their Bellevue, Washington location to provide application implementation services typically within the boundaries of specifications and project plans. Perform design activities including requirements analysis and design documentation, implementation activities including implementation, testing, and integration, and maintenance activities including error analysis and removal. Extend, modify, or adapt existing designs and also involve in the development of new subsystems. Hybrid work model. Base salary is $190,486. Health insurance, 401k, and other benefits located at sapnorthamericabenefits.com. Total compensation of base salary plus incentives is between $190,486 and $204,300. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424203. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424203.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer K-Guard Gutter System. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. These top-of-the-line guards are exclusively available only at Guardian. K-Guard is designed to keep debris out, and their durability means they look great year-round without rusting or warping. Ready for hassle-free gutters? Protect your home with Guardian. To learn more about Guardian's exclusive K-Guard Gutter System, call today or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
8:49, and there isn't anything stopping us now.
No. Very good there,
Playing
Charlie.
your song.
G's got us here.
Good morning, y'all. First, just want to remind everyone that the city of Seattle is the sausage capital of the world.
What?
Oh boy, Alberto was founded here in 1918. Okay? So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Anyways, I didn't want to come in to talk about that. I have something different that I would like to talk about.
Oh, thank goodness.
Well, right now.
What prompted that? Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't ask questions like that of G, should I?
I
gave G permission to start with that.
Oh, now I know where you're going.
Because I know that there are people that have just moved here to Seattle and they eat that sausage and they're like, never knew that Seattle was the capital. Okay, now, Manda, is it okay if I get to my other story?
I know where you're going.
Okay. Right now, Seattle has the most male-skewed population of any major city in the United States. Let me give you some numbers. According to the latest census data, the city's population is 53.2% male and 46.8% female. This is the largest gap in the country right now. You want to talk about gender imbalance at its highest form? That is happening right here. Now, the experts say due to the tech bros that are out there, that is what's driving this up. High-paying job, tech bros, and everything like that. So this needs to stop. The male-dominated population in Seattle, this is huge implications. You're talking about social dynamics. You're talking about economic development. You're talking about socially awkward. This is why you see a lot of dudes. They got a lot of money. They got a lot of cars, but they still single because you're socially awkward, my boy.
You notice that G is saying it's got to stop, and Manda couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Oh, you just never know what's going to fire G up, do you?
So that's what I had to talk about today. You know what I mean? So ladies, call your friends. Let them know that Seattle is the place to be, and there's a lot of tech bros running around here with a whole bunch of money and single.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Yeah. What am I reading here? That Baltimore has the highest ratio of women to men? Maybe that's where they need to move.
There you go.
I doubt it, because every time I look at Spike O'Neal, I do not think that about Baltimore.
That is what the data says. Is Baltimore
Does
has
it
the,
really?
Yeah, or the lowest ratio of men to women. Is what
Maybe I got to rewatch The Wire. You know what I mean? I'm saying all kind of inside baseball stuff. I got to stop with that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I love coming on you guys' show to really just remind you of things and then give you all some new things that's going on.
We appreciate it.
So, Manda, let everybody know that the city of Seattle is male dominated.
Maybe I can get some tips from you, by the way. We have the YouTube Live, right?
Talk to me.
Your fan base is very active on your YouTube Live. How do you get across to them to hit like and subscribe? What do you say to make them do it?
When some of them talk stuff to me in the comments, I talk stuff right back.
Talk stuff?
Yeah, I talk stuff. You know what I mean? Because the thing is a lot of people, matter of fact, I had a dude come and be on social media yesterday, and I got time today. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Sometimes I be minding my own business, and then you want to come at me. The thing is people act like, oh, I don't really need to, you don't need to talk down to anybody. Yo, I would talk to you the same way online as I talk to you in person. If you come to me in person and you say something, I'm going to say something right back.
Okay, so they better not front.
Okay. Nick just pulled the hook out. So we'll be listening to your show at 9.
Hey, Charlie, never change, bruh. Never change.
Word.
Sully!
Okay. We're going to move along now. Thanks for stopping by, G. Let's get to Chris Sullivan. If you can pull your head out of your hands there.
What up, Sully?
Charlie's references are about as stalled as this car on southbound I-5 right around 145th as you make your way into the out of the shoreline area, and that's added to what was an improving drive on I-5 southbound. Still an hour and 20 minutes to go from Everett to Seattle. Hour and 20 as well from Everett into the Bellevue area. Hour and 25. Continue to struggle up that Federal Way to Seattle I-5 northbound drive. 55 minutes now from South Center. So even as we improve from Federal Way up through South Center, it gets even worse a little bit further to the north. Across the lake, you've got a 30-minute trip on I-90, 20 on 520. Rented to Bellevue, 50 minutes, and the Valley Freeway is definitely cleaning out nicely. Back down to about 45 minutes. Westbound 512, though, we have a crash near Steel Street that's blocking a lane, and that's why we're so heavy from Highway 7, trying to work your way over to I-5. So we still have work to do. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Taking a look at the forecast now, expect a high of 81 today. Sunshine, so a bit cooler than it has been the past few days. Tomorrow, mid-70s, afternoon clouds. Next couple of days after that, morning clouds and perhaps some drizzle with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, it's 54 in Seattle.
And coming up on the G and Ursula show, you can hear from retired U.S. Army General Barry McCaffrey. He's going to offer his analysis on the troops deployed on the streets of L.A.
That is some whiplash with G.
Yes, it is.
That's coming up. This is KIRO News Radio.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Fraud is rampant, and those on Medicare are targets. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious,